never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. Southern California experienced a 4.1 magnitude earthquake just before 8:30 this morning. The U.S. Geological Survey said that the epicenter was off the coast of Rancho Palos Verdes in L.A. County. Fortunately, there have been no reports of damage or injuries. Initially reported as a 4.3 magnitude quake, it was later adjusted to 3.9. Tsunami alerts have been reduced in areas of Japan that were heavily affected by a significant magnitude 7.5 earthquake and subsequent powerful aftershocks. Residents in certain regions of west central Japan have been taking refuge on elevated terrain as the recent earthquake induced minor tsunamis. Various locations have reported damage, and local hospitals are actively providing treatment to the injured. President Biden and First Lady Jill Biden delivering a New Year's message to the nation.
Well, my hope is that everybody has a healthy, happy, and safe New Year.
In a pre-recorded interview on ABC's Dick Clark's New Year's Rockin' Eve with Ryan Seacrest, President Biden expressed his optimism, stating that he wishes for everyone to recognize that the United States is in a better position than any country in the world to lead the world. The conflict between Israel and Hamas continuing in the Gaza Strip. An Israeli Air Force spokesman has indicated that the military offensive in Gaza might extend through 2024 as their forces prepare for an extended period of combat. Tensions in the Middle East escalated over the weekend when U.S. helicopters engaged in gunfire with Iran-backed Houthi rebels in the Red Sea. Meanwhile, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu remains firm in his rejecting any calls for a ceasefire between Israel and Hamas. A fatal shark attack occurred in Hawaii, resulting in the death of a 30-year-old man. The victim was retrieved from the waters off Maui at about 11 a.m. local time Saturday and taken to a nearby hospital where he later died. This is USA News.
I've got a unique vacation idea for you that's right here in the United States. If you're ready for a vacation that's fun and downright affordable, listen up. It's driving distance for many of you, so no planes, no airline delays, no hassles. It's Branson, Missouri, the entertainment capital of the Midwest. Live music for everyone. Branson has 3 beautiful, enormous lakes, water attractions, live shows, great food, and tons of entertainment. It's a perfect vacation for you and your family, or if you're retired and you want to have a great time. And you can stay in Branson for as low as $99 a night. Please understand, this is not a timeshare offer. It's a real vacation for as little as $99 a night. We've got a free vacation guide we want to send you right now. All you have to do is call for complete details. Get your free Branson, Missouri guide right now by calling this number.
800-399-4215. 800-399-4215. 800-399-4215. That's 800-399-4215.
President Biden has reportedly been briefed on the recent clash in the Red Sea between U.S. Navy forces and attacking Houthi rebels.
In the encounter, the Pentagon says U.S. helicopters sunk 3 attack boats with armed pirates on board. The helicopters had been launched from the USS Eisenhower and USS Gravely after they came under fire while responding to a distress call from a container ship early Sunday. There were no U.S. casualties. Houthi rebels inside Yemen have been ramping up attacks on international shipping for weeks now, in response to the war between Israel and Hamas. I'm Ryan Daniels.
Another American youngster has taken an adventure on the wrong flight, except this time it took him out of the country. 16-year-old Logan Loss was scheduled to board a Frontier Airlines flight from Florida to Ohio, but instead he says he got put on a plane to Puerto Rico. Frontier Airlines has apologized to the teen and his family for the mix-up. The box office numbers are out for the New Year's weekend, and the 2 movies from last week have traded places on the list. Wonka came in first, taking in $24 million, and Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom came in second with $19.5 million. Migration held the third spot, and The Color Purple came in fourth. Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson has a new side hustle, sort of. The actor and wrestler is now a partner, along with other XFL owners, in the United Football League. The XFL has merged with the USFL, and they plan to announce the teams and cities that they will be in at a later date. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Hi, I'm Ronnie Deutsch, and if you or your business owe money to the IRS, I've got great news for you. Tax laws have changed. Billions of dollars are earmarked for IRS Fresh Start programs, and if you qualify, you can literally save tens of thousands of dollars. Listen, I know what you're going through. Call me if you want to speak with a tax attorney or tax professional for free.
800-284-9275. That's 800-284-9275.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Anybody ready for a new day? Well, here it comes, right on cue. As we cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone, we will turn the page on the calendar. That means 4th day of January. For 2024, well, that would be kind of like Friday Eve, right? As we'll make our way into a Thursday. Yeah, we're already looking ahead. Weekend right around the corner once again. First weekend of the new year actually coming on. So what's on tap? Everybody been talking about the potential for a big storm. Might we be talking a nor'easter in the Northeast? All I can tell you is forecasters having a pretty tough time pinpointing exactly who's going to see what and when. We know for a fact there's going to be snow, and a lot of it for some. There's going to be a rain, and a lot of it for others, and there's going to be an icy zone. Here's what we know as we start things off. First, as we look at the national radar scene tonight, Our big storm that 24 hours ago was traversing eastern Texas has made its way along the Gulf Coast now. Tonight, still some heavier rains, eastern North Carolina. Coastal areas of South Carolina down into south central and southeast Georgia. Maybe a bit of a rainy commute for Philip this morning as he heads out in a few hours, headed toward Orlando, there in central Florida. Indeed, a little bit of snow, some cold air catching up to that moisture there. Northeastern portions of Tennessee, it's not amounting to much. We don't have any sort of advisories or winter weather, anything of that nature. But just watch for bridges and overpasses. We've seen a few flurries here and there. Northern portions of Michigan, a little bit of light snow. I know Rockpick had already checked in. A little rain snow mix there in the Rochester area. It's all very light. That's one system, but the big story is out west. Yeah, not very impressive on the radar at this point in time, but that's going to be changing. So here we go. After a mild, dry start to the new year for much of the southwest and even the southern high plains, snow's on the way. This storm's going to interact with the cold air, spreading snow across the region as we head into the final portions of the week here. This is the system that came into California Tuesday into Tuesday night, made its way down through the Four Corners region as we head into Thursday here. It's in the process of that, but a lot of development has yet to come. It will be getting underway, though, as we progress through the upcoming day. By later today, snow begins to spread eastward into New Mexico, into the southern high plains by Thursday night. It picks up in intensity today as the storm begins to become more organized and more abundant moisture becomes available. Now we see across southeastern New Mexico, southeastern Kansas, warmer air kind of filters in from the Gulf. That'll kind of halt the advancement of the cold air. So some will see kind of a wintry mix Thursday night into Friday. I think the map's going to be much more impressive, say 24 hours from now. Cities including Clovis, New Mexico to Amarillo, Texas. You'll be in that zone for maybe a slushy accumulation. Little rain, little snow, little sleet, all kind of mixed in. A more impressive 2 to 4 inches across Santa Fe, New Mexico, Flagstaff, Arizona, Wichita, Kansas. Localized amounts up to a foot in the higher elevations there. For much of the southwest, outside of the highest terrain, this is going to be maybe the first true shoveler of the season for that region. As things then progress into Friday and the upcoming weekend, that's where forecasters have been watching closely for several days now. Yeah, same storm that we were just talking about, it will eventually bring some accumulating snow to portions of the Ohio Valley, as well as the Northeast. Heavy rain and thunderstorms from the Gulf Coast into the southeast as we head into Friday and the weekend. Along with the heavy rain, there will be the risk of some gusty thunderstorms as this system moves through, including the chance for a few strong thunderstorms. Some damaging winds could be in place. Now, with the more stable air in place ahead of the storm, that should keep the risk of severe weather relatively low. There's not a zero chance, so just be prepared. You could be in that isolated zone Friday into Friday evening across portions of the Sunshine State. There is a higher threat of severe weather in the offering in the next week, as yet another storm is going to be impacting the central and eastern states. As we look ahead, Monday into Monday night, the risk for severe weather focuses across the Gulf Coast, from eastern Texas all the way over to the Florida Panhandle. Again, this is the next system several days away. Forecasters also concerned about the threat of overnight tornadoes, or nocturnal tornadoes, as they refer to them, as severe storms are expected to continue into the nighttime hours. Again, this is early next week. Outside the southeast, forecasters watching for the potential for accumulating snow across the Great Plains, the Great Lakes. On the northern side of that storm, strong gusty winds expected to accompany that system. We could maybe be talking about some near blizzard conditions with that system. But first, we've got to get into and through the weekend here. From later Thursday night into Friday night, drenching rain, some gusty thunderstorms begin impacting the Gulf Coast. That'll be bringing drought relief to some, but too much of a good thing as the storm advances northeastward into the mid-Atlantic coast Saturday into Sunday. This is where they anticipate model runs continue to differ, expected to strengthen as it dumps snow and ice across the mid-Atlantic on up into New England. Forecasters are telling us heavier bands of snow may develop from West Virginia and northwestern Virginia to the Hudson Valley in that time frame. We're talking through Saturday and Saturday night. Yeah, from Saturday into Sunday, a quick swath 3 to 6 inches of snow projected from the Smoky Mountains through much of the northern and eastern portions of West Virginia on northeastward and into portions of interior and southern New England. There's a zone of 6 to 12 inches expected from the higher terrain in eastern West Virginia, central Pennsylvania, on over into central Massachusetts. AccuWeather says we could see some maybe 20-inch totals. Definitely a shoveler for some. Obviously, everybody's being advised, check your local forecast, stay aware of the changing conditions before you hit the roads, especially any of the college students may be returning to campus since the winter break is coming to an end this week for a number of universities in the Northeast. Yeah, we have seen a relatively mild December in the Northeast. Now we transition into the year. This weekend storm, a slap back to reality for some. The heart of winter, indeed, is quickly approaching. This weekend, millions in the Northeast. You may experience your first winter storm featuring snowfall amounts greater than an inch, which you haven't seen since all the way back in 2022. It's been quite a long snow drought for folks there in the Northeast. As we progress on, we'll look ahead. The ice is forecast, is raising concerns about power outages. Again, as the model runs continue to come in there. Aside from that, relatively a quiet night for a good majority of the country out there. Moving freight as we roll into Thursday as Philly Dan checks in from the city of brotherly love. Good morning, Philly Dan. Hello, Rubber Duck. Home had the grandson out trucking this past day. Now, he said he stepped out on the deck, got a little coat of ice out there. Be careful, gang. As I mentioned, Rockpick is on board checking in from his smartphone this morning. A little light rain, trying to mix in with some snow there in Rochester tonight. What do I have? Morning, Steve. Kevin says, hello to the overnight crew. Everybody have a great night. Be safe out there. Dipsy Driver checks in from Stockbridge, mid-Michigan. What do we have? 29. Of course, it's cloudy as usual here in mid-Michigan. They are saying we may see some peaks of sun later today, though. I'll believe it when I see it. It's been a while. Proud to say that I'm one of the few who allow our hard-working drivers to get over when needed rather than speeding up trying to pass them. Most people just don't realize what these hard-working drivers do for us. Everybody, please stay safe out there. Finally, back in the saddle, huh? Hello, Shorty. There you go. Back in the saddle again. Brunswick, Georgia tonight, 44 degrees. It's only one Orlando turnaround this week, as a matter of fact. Happy New Year. Well, yeah, it's already Thursday, so getting things started for the new year. Good to have you back with us. Morning, Steve. Jeffrey from New York City checks in here. Norman, good morning from north central Kansas, 34. I might see some rain later. No scrap hauling today, but plenty of hot shot work, most of which are day trips. I'm getting used to sleeping at night at this point in time, but here we are. Everybody have a good morning. Who else we have here? Marianne is on board. Good to have you with us. I guess she's got a little bit of swelling in the legs, but things are gradually getting better. Good afternoon. Hammer down. That has to be Larry. Indeed. 37 degrees in Fishkill, New York, as we start a new day. Buckeye Boy, what do we have? Ackworth, Georgia, 37 degrees. Had a good day hanging out with the grandkids after I picked up the tags for a Cars. Wildcat, I took him to watch Migration, then shopping for something for $5 each to get something to eat. So it was a good day. Got to get up early to do a local one, so I'll be catching the podcast today. I did see in last night's text messages that Ranger and Maverick actually called in. Yes, that was quite the surprise for hour number one. Good to hear from some of our old friends. So I'll make sure I listen to the podcast of that show. Got a lot of respect for those guys, and I'm glad they're still around with us. Have a great night. Everybody, be careful out there. You got it. Gilligan, good morning, Steve, fellow listeners. Overcast, but we're dry in Lexington, Virginia. At this hour, 41 degrees. Everybody, keep it shiny side up. There's 34 degrees, according to Pappy, on the Cruiser dash cam in the far side of southwestern Hamilton County, Ohio. Maybe we'll hear from the two-time world champion manure haulers sometime this year. You know, duck season is over. Either way, the rest of us nocturnal listeners, saddle up. It's that time, the midnight hour. 844-844-3388. The numbers to hit to reach Steve, hidden somewhere beneath the Earth's crust in the Hotshot Secret hidden bunker. Iranian warship, proceed with caution, or you will find yourself kissing Davy Jones' tomb. I'm just saying. Are you with me? Yeah, that kind of ups the ante. Iranian warship venturing over there into the Red Sea, where there's a pretty intense global coalition of naval forces there. You better mind your P's and Q's, right? 5-7, hey there, copy the mail. What's going on? Good to have you on board the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hotshot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
So for Mr. Summers, a.k.a. myself, once the sun came up there on Wednesday morning as we were rolling into Hump Day, for those inquiring minds that have been asking, did you get the Christmas lights down? That was my job of the day. Taking down the yard decorations. Got 98% of it done. I think I may just wait for the sun to get on the roof. I haven't talked to him about that yet, but yeah, so just a handful of lights around the roof still up there, but a lot of work. It's easier to take them down than it is to put them up. That is for sure. But it's just a pain in the butt to get them all packed away for another year. But that's what we accomplished. Accomplishment for the new year. We're going to get to Eagle out of the box. because we got the proverbial hat trick from Eagle last evening. Hopefully you got some decent rest there. So hang on, Eagle. I know what he says. He wants to talk about our southern border. I had an update from Eagle Pass this past day in Texas as we closed out the new year. The incredible numbers that were coming in. With the non-government migrant shelters at Eagle Pass at capacity, or in many cases closed over the New Year's weekend, this past weekend for the holiday. They tell us the Border Patrol was forced to simply release migrants directly onto the streets of Eagle Pass. Most of them just huddling outside a local transportation company, hoping to make a quick exit from the small border city. That transportation hub, they say, is about a block from an official port of entry that has been closed for weeks due to the latest surge in this small community of 30,000 people. Breitbart out of Texas posted near the transportation hub, spoke to several of those released migrants walking through the heart of downtown Eagle Pass. One migrant woman walking along the sidewalk with her two small children said she can't afford the cost of transportation to leave the city. She was hoping the local non-government shelter, known as Mission Border Hope, might help her. Guadalupe, a 30-year-old Venezuelan national, said she hopes to make her way to Chicago so she can meet a friend who had entered the United States several weeks ago. Said she left Venezuela after a divorce that left her to take care of her two sons, less than 5 years old. Although migrant crossings indeed had slowed for a few days, Border Patrol still dealing with the aftermath of a surge that saw more than 22,000 apprehensions in just 1 week, that third week of December. The releases, this is just a last resort to alleviate overcrowding at a processing facility near Eagle Pass and some of the surrounding Border Patrol stations in the Del Rio sector, which includes Eagle Pass. So not even putting them into facilities, just you're on your own. Make your way into Eagle Pass. Good luck. Now, according to one source with the Customs and Border Protection not authorized to talk to the media, he said nearly 1,500 migrants are being released on a daily basis, mostly to non-government migrant shelters. And when the shelters reach capacity, or as over the past weekend, were closed for holidays, those migrants are simply released right onto the city streets. Now, most of them quickly leave the border city headed for other destinations in the United States. They did say the cost of providing emergency medical care to the migrants is costing the city's fire department there in Eagle Pass more than $20,000 on a daily basis in Eagle Pass. Well, good morning, Eagle. What's going on out there?
Yeah, hey. Yeah, Steve. Yeah, man, I had a hard day yesterday. I don't know what the hell happened to me. I'd be on hold, and next thing I know, I fell asleep, man. I couldn't believe that. two times in a row. I couldn't believe I did a lot of driving since I left the house, but I got a real good up to date tonight, Steve. This is really sad, man. What's going on? I'm down here in Texas right now, in Laredo, Texas, and it's really sad what the Biden administration has done to the world. I'm not going to even call it a border no more, Steve. I don't know what we can call it, but it ain't no damn border. What's going on right now? And you talking about them releasing people onto the streets of Eagle Pass? I drive through Eagle Pass all the time, and it's really sad what's going on. So see, these people are desperate right now, Steve. These people have no money. A lot of these people don't even have a coat. They got the clothes on their back, and that only leads to the crime. And I think during one of your news reports, they were talking about the jump. What a big surprise, Steve. We got a big jump in the COVID virus and all these different viruses. I wonder where that came from. I wonder where all these viruses are coming from. It's in the U.S. None of these individuals are being checked, Steve. You know that, and I know that. Well, how can you release a man onto the streets of America that hasn't been checked for any kind of disease? Can you explain that to me, Steve?
No, I cannot. But that's happening every day.
It makes absolutely no sense to release a man onto the streets of America when you don't know what kind of disease this individual has, and for him to go, and for his kids to go into the same schools that your kids are going. Every American should be appalled at what's going on, Steve. You know, I heard a guy say the other day, you know, I know a lot of your listeners, they say, well, why do I always talk about it? You know, you got people that live in Wisconsin, upstate New York. They don't see what's going on down here in Texas. I see it every time I come down here when I used to live here. I see it all the time. People that think that there's not a border problem, you need to come down to Texas and check it out. There's a reason why the so-called Biden administration went to Eagle Pass today, which was nothing but a photo op, because they ain't going to do a damn thing about it. Because the man that really needs to, you and I both know who needs to be down on the border, but he's either too stupid or incapable of coming down to Texas and really seeing what's going on. Mm-hmm. And
that's the president, of course. Yeah, well, hold that thought, because we got to get a news break. We'll return after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Life on the road is tough, but the Big Rig mattress is tougher. With 15 years of industry-leading technology, our hybrid mattresses with its individual pocketed spring core is the best on the market. Road tested for millions of miles, it is the last mattress you'll buy for your truck. We are so confident that's why our spring support core is guaranteed for 10 years. Most sizes ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes are also available. When you get tired of waking up with sore, achy muscles, visit thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Rest assured, with the Big Rig Mattress, we've got your back.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, good morning to Eskimo Mom, who says, howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Thursday. 75 days till spring. I like a positive attitude. Anyway, National Weather Service warns of potential slick spots in western Ohio and eastern Indiana from a little drizzle expected to come down tonight. And that might be light enough to not even show up on the radar because I not really see anything. Now, she did say, I saw some flurries on 71 in the zone downwind from the Ohio River power plants. Dry roads for the most part so far. Got my regular run tonight. Thanks for tweaking the app. It's much better. Cloudy, breezy 35 with off and on drizzle on 71 in the state of Kentucky tonight. So undoubtedly the kind of thing where you got to watch the elevated surfaces, bridges, overpasses. Be careful. All right, welcome back, Eagle.
Okay, yeah, Steve. Yeah, like I said, I had to get in early tonight, but I'm going to call back in later on tonight, a couple of hours. I want to talk about the college football situation. It's not looking too good what's going on with these transfers and the money, and I definitely got to say something about that because I don't like the direction that college football is going in. It's not going in the right direction. It's okay to pay players, but the money and everything is getting out. It's getting out of hand now, and it's affecting the play on the field. But I'm not. I'll talk about that later on tonight. But yeah, I want to get back to the border situation, Steve. What's going on? Because this is simply appalling, Steve. Listen, never in my life, Steve. I told you this before. Never in my life. You know, I used to always see this on TV in Syria and Afghanistan. You see people migrating, making their way to other countries. I never thought in my life I would see this happen in America, Steve. Somebody coming to this country, bogarting their way into the U.S., forcing their way in. Never in my days did I ever think I would see something like this. Like I told you last week, Steve, the founders of America, they would turn over in their grave, as my grandfather used to say. If George Washington, Abraham Lincoln saw what the hell was going on in America right now, they would turn over in their grave and just be appalled at what this Joe Biden is doing to America. It's just disgusting at this point. I've gone down the list so many times with you, Steve. We got the disease factor that we got with these people. We got the criminal aspect. You got jails being emptied out in Venezuela. You got the child molesters, rapists coming into town. You got, you name it. You name it. These people are coming in from all over the world. I think a guy said the other day there's like 180, 190 countries in the world, and all of them. Can you believe that, Steve? I think one of the Border Patrol agents said, I forgot to tell you that last week. He said that every nation in the world has entered into the United States of America since Biden has been in the White House. Can you believe that?
It doesn't surprise me one bit. At least somebody from everywhere, in other words.
Yeah, every damn nation. That should be enough to get Biden kicked out of the White House right there. A man from every nation in this world has entered into the United States since this loser been in the White House. That's enough said right there. That's a damn shame, Steve, what's going on. And here's the sad part about the whole deal. Like I told you a couple of months ago, we still got a whole nother year of this. By the time Biden leaves the White House, if he leaves in the end of 24, Steve, there could be 20 million people or maybe more than that in the U.S. under in the 4 short years. This man could have allowed 20 million individuals into this country illegally. And that's a damn shame. And like I said, anybody that's thinking about going to the voting box on November of 2024 and signing your name on the dotted line for Joe Biden, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. You're just as stupid as Joe Biden is, and I tell you that to your face, because there's no excuse for somebody to vote for Joe Biden at this point. This man has done more damage to this country than any man that I ever thought possible, Steve. Even if Donald Trump, like I heard a guy say the other day, Steve, even if Trump was to get back in 24, he may not even. Biden has done so much damage to this damn country. 4 years might not be enough to get us back on track. That's the sad part about the whole deal. Donald Trump has got to try to erase everything that this man has done in the 4 years he's been in the White House. It might not even be possible, even for Donald Trump. All I can say is God bless Donald Trump and God bless America, because he's going to need all the blessings he can get to turn this job around that Biden has laid out for him. But you know something, Steve? I've come to the fact. Remember, I told you on the other day that I had made my move out of Texas because I had seen enough. Like I say, I live in Florida now. But I'm gonna tell you this right now, Steve. I told my wife this the other day on January the 1st. Come November of 2024, you can mark my words on this, Steve. Come November of 2024, if Joe Biden becomes president of America, guess what? I will no longer live in the United States of America. I will find another home, because I refuse to live under another 4 years of the Biden-Kamala Harris administration, robbing and stealing and giving this country away to people that don't belong here. I've made up my mind. If Biden is to get back in the White House in 2024, I will no longer live in the United States come January 2025. I promise you that, because I refuse to live under a country where the borders are wide open and you got people just coming in and doing what the hell they want to do, and they're giving money and anything. These people rolling out the red carpet for these people who have done absolutely nothing for America. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
All right, Eagle A, I'm glad you stayed awake to join us tonight. He's on fire there, right? It is 844-844-3388. Who'd like to follow that up? All right, we know some folks going to be driving for the first time this winter with the winter driving conditions. For some in the Northeast, and maybe the first time in several years, you've encountered some winter driving conditions. The number of incidents that occur on any given year involving snowplow operators. Now, we've all been there. I know the plows, what are they typically doing? 30 miles per hour maybe at best in many cases. And if you're on the interstate, a lot of times maybe the road doesn't seem too bad, but you got the desire. I got to get around. I got to get around this egg timer. And so many are unable to see that that blade on the front of that truck maybe sticking out a little bit further than the actual side, and the accidents. How can we make the plows more visible is the question several states are asking, and I guess some are making changes. Now, I know our plow trucks in my region of the country have always had the flashing, mostly the yellow flashing lights. Idaho Transportation Department is in the process of equipping a number of snowplows with LED lights in hopes of increasing their visibility. According to the news release from the department, green and yellow are among the most highly visible and detectable colors to the human eye during both day and nighttime hours. Now, even when it's not actively snowing, these plows on the trucks can kick up a tremendous cloud of snow and slush, making it extremely difficult for drivers to see that low-profile wing plow while the crews are working. Idaho transportation officials are hoping these ultra-bright lights will provide enough illumination to warn drivers that snow removal equipment is in use. The lights are being tested not only for visibility, but also to see if they're durable enough to endure the harsh conditions that come with being attached to a wing plow. Now, it costs about $300 for parts, labor, and installation of the lights on a snow plow compared to an estimated $10,000 per incident to repair damaged equipment. So it's a pretty cheap trade-off if you can prevent some of these incidents from occurring. They do say Utah, Montana, and counties in eastern Washington state are currently utilizing the green lights within transportation departments there. Wyoming and Oregon are among the states also considering adopting the practice, moving to the LED, the green lights. I don't know. I don't care what color the flashing lights are. It's the impatience of people that want to get around that plow. Gotta go. And it's 844-844-3388. Heading into a Thursday morning, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, I'd say that's worth sharing. Saw a little blurb this past day that our old pal Chris Gabrelchik shared via social media. Of course, at the end it says, can you think of a reason for not sharing this? And obviously he could not. It's entitled The 5 Best Sentences. Kind of like exactly what Eagle was just referring to. Number 1, you cannot legislate the poor into prosperity by legislating the wealthy out of prosperity. Number 2, what one person receives without working, another person must work for without receiving. Number 3, the government cannot give to anybody anything that the government does not first take from somebody else. Yeah, realistically, that's a truer statement than any. Government doesn't have anything. All they have is what they take from the American people. Somebody has to pay for it. Number 4, you cannot multiply wealth by dividing it. Number 5, when half the people get the idea that they don't have to work because the other half's going to take care of them, and when the other half gets the idea that it does no good to work because somebody else is going to get what they work for, that is the beginning of the end for any nation. True, so true. Got to give Chris a call. I haven't talked to him in a few weeks. Hey, he did sign up for our cruise next October, though. I don't mention it very often, but yeah, there are still a limited number of cabins available for the Steve Summers Overnight Drive cruise. That, again, is coming up next October. Memory serves. We start out on the 12th. It's a Saturday through Sunday of the following week. So a full, is that an 8-night, 9-day kind of deal? Yeah, I'll maybe share that again on my Facebook page. If you go to Facebook, if you type in Steve Summers Overnight Drive Cruise, there's an actual cruise page specifically for that if you want to get more details or get on board. Meanwhile, it was a little piece from John Bendel. He's a contributing writer, editor for Landline Magazine, the publication from the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association. And he shared a good piece to start the new year, saying, goodbye 2023. It was a tough year for trucking. It was also the year the Georgia Senate decided to help. Well, they shouldn't have. In 2023, there wasn't enough freight to go around. Contract rates fell, spot rates all but submerged. Thousands of small fleets and owner-operators forced out of business. Meanwhile, some brokers continued to shortchange truckers and shippers, double broker freight, and sometimes not pay at all, even as the FMCSA stalled on broker transparency rules. And despite all the blah, blah, blah on the issue, truck parking continued to cost drivers time and money, not to mention the risk of parking on ramps and in other unsafe places. So Georgia decided to tackle the driver shortage. Of course, there is no shortage of fully qualified truck drivers, but to local carriers trying to fill driver seats, it feels like there is. Thus, they complain about a driver shortage, and an idea the big truckload and their marionettes at the ATA have constantly promoted for decades. What Georgia does lack, along with the rest of the country and a good chunk of the free world, is qualified applicants who actually want the job. Many drivers out there simply won't work for what the job pays. Sure, there's other reasons too. Very little home time, poor communications, old equipment, things of that nature. But virtually all such reasons become tolerable if the pay's high enough. In any case, it's a long-term problem that many local carriers care less about than putting a driver in the seat immediately. Now, in the state of Georgia, fleets apparently got the politicians so concerned that the state legislature actually created the Senate Study Committee on Truck Driver Shortages. In 23, the committee heard from 25 witnesses in 3 different meetings and adopted a 32-page report with 16 recommendations for Georgia's legislature. Sadly, only 2 could conceivably help lure qualified truck drivers into or maybe back to the industry. One recommendation is for Georgia lawmakers to work with the Georgia DOT to expand public truck parking options. More parking could ease the stress of finding a place to get safely off the road. Less stress means a more attractive job. The other recommendation is for Georgia's congressmen and senators to prod the feds to examine the ramifications of shifting to an hourly wage system. Paying drivers for their time would, among other things, incentivize carriers to seriously fight the unpaid shipper and receiver delays that cause so many drivers to quit. Those are good ideas. The committee's remaining recommendations, however, are all about funneling more bodies into the immense pipeline of new drivers, even though most soon will quit to join the ranks of fully qualified drivers working in other industries. Those recommendations involve things like speeding up the licensing process or spending more public money on to train truck drivers. Now, those may not be bad things per se, but the committee clearly took their cue from the big truckloads misleading narrative. The committee wants Georgia to recruit, train, and license women, minorities, veterans, convicts, teenagers, maybe even livestock. Hell, who knows? If the committee members had heard from university researchers like Michael Belzer or Steve Viselli, who have studied this industry for decades, and if they hadn't bought into the big truckloads driver shortage fantasy, they might have made some different recommendations. Well, since researchers don't make campaign contributions, but at least the committee would have heard the truth. Helping recruit even more rookies, though, and that's addressing the wrong end of the new driver pipeline. The real problem is retention, and it will not meaningfully improve until drivers earn enough to make all the demands of the job worthwhile. That can't happen as long as that pipeline is full and flowing. Even if they don't stay long, all those newbies pouring into the industry will continue to keep the wages low. Improving those wages will not happen through unionization, especially not in the truckload sector, which has the highest turnover rate at approximately 90%. Truckload has proven immune to any organization efforts. It can only happen if the flow of new drivers slows. The free market does its job and carriers have to raise pay. That's indeed what happened in the economic bubble following the COVID crisis. Facing historically high demand, carriers did boost pay. Not enough to significantly increase driver retention. It could have increased more if the big truckload, ATA, and all those recruiters were not working so effectively to stuff that pipeline with more newbies. Sadly, the benefit of truckload pay gains during that boom has been lost to the inflation that followed. So while the Georgia is set out with good intentions in the legislature, they're actually attacking a bogus problem. And to the extent that their actions might actually work, they can help only in maintaining the status quo or ultimately, possibly even making things worse. So true. Driver shortage, right? When you've got thousands, companies, as we've been kind of highlighting, some of the top stories of 23, the number of operations that went under, the big names, of course, topping the list, Yellow with nearly 30,000, some of which apparently are still looking for work. All right, about a minute before we hit that top of the hour, which we'll get a news break, and we'll come back with more of your calls at 844-844-3388. So the much-anticipated list, kind of a mix of old and a few new, peppered on that list of more than 150 people linked to the sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein that the federal court unsealed. A number of names were indeed released this past day. Some of the names released include, as expected, former President Bill Clinton, Prince Andrew, former President Donald Trump, astronaut John Glenn, and Alan Dershowitz. The list of names was part of a defamation lawsuit, which is more than 2,000 pages long. The Epstein victim, Virginia Guffrey, had filed against Ghislaine Maxwell in 2015 and has since been settled. However, documents gathered in the case have been sought by media outlets. I'll give you more on that in the upcoming hour here on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News. I'm Ryan Daniels. Former President Trump's legal team is appealing a ruling by the Maine Secretary of State that he is ineligible to appear on that state's GOP primary ballot. The appeal filed in Maine's Superior Court, Shenna Bellows says it's been a tough few days dealing with death threats.
I certainly worry about the safety of people that I love, people around me, and people who are charged with protecting me and working alongside me.
While speaking to CNN, Bellows said she intends to, quote, adhere to the process. Republicans and Democrats are criticizing her decision as immigration reform debates are teed up to resume on Capitol Hill in the new year. House Speaker Mike Johnson will visit the U.S.-Mexico border. Immigrant crossings have been at record levels in recent months. This as 4 ports of entry are being reopened today amidst the influx. In D.C., Democrats and Republicans will restart negotiations on border policy changes in exchange for Ukraine funding when Congress returns next week. The president of Harvard University is stepping down amidst controversy. Claudine Gay announced her decision Tuesday. This comes in the wake of allegations against Gay, including plagiarism and an on-campus scandal over anti-Semitism. Gay became the university's first black president in July. The first iteration of Mickey Mouse is now in the public domain. The version of the iconic character which first appeared in the short film Steamboat Willie is now being made available for use by creatives and artists without requiring permission. The copyright on Steamboat Willie expired as 2024 began. A breakthrough in medical science holds the potential to bring an end to acne. Scientists at the University of California, San Diego claim to have developed a vaccine, but it won't hit the market for 5 or so years. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
A new documentary featuring the parents of acquitted child killer Casey Anthony is airing this week. The show, called The Lie Detector Test, will appear on A&E Thursday night. It's in addition to the earlier Peacock docuseries released in 2022 titled Casey Anthony, Where the Truth Lies.
There is a reason Tot Mom Casey Anthony did not take the stand to tell her truth, because she could not weather or undergo or survive an intense cross-examination.
Court TV and HLN host Nancy Grace speaking to Fox News. In the new documentary, Casey Anthony's parents take a lie detector test live on camera and then are faced with each other's answers and results. It's set to air Thursday, 9 p.m. Eastern on A&E. The East Coast prepares for a winter wallop this weekend. Forecasters are saying they expect that storm to bring snow, rain, and wind. Shares in electric vehicle maker Rivian have taken a tumble. The company's shares dropped 10% on Tuesday. Figures show the Illinois-based EV maker built roughly 500 more cars than the number of orders it had to fill in the last quarter. Heading into 2024, we learn there is a declining number of Americans who enjoy drinking beer.
Beer Marketers Insights, which is an industry group, reports a shift in consumer preferences away from beer to other alcoholic beverages. This marks the first time since 1999 that beer shipments are expected to dip below 200 million barrels. I'm Skip Kelly.
I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Okay, here we go. Round number 2. What do we got? Thursday coming on. Everybody anxiously anticipating a little slip sliding in the coming days. All right, how ugly will things get? The I-95 corridor. I did speak to Horse Feathers earlier, and he said their local forecasters are still kind of him hauling around. We don't know where the warm air is going to be, or where's it going to be cold enough for that transition line to be. Sounds like areas further inland versus the coastal areas. Going to be the ocean waters. warmer air coming off the coast, being wrapped in, will keep a lot of folks more in the rain scenario. But as cold air is pulled southward, a mixture of snow, sleet, freezing rain can spread over parts of even far eastern Tennessee, western North Carolina, eastern West Virginia, and western Virginia. The ice threat is mainly expected to be elevational dependent. Locations surrounding the Smoky Mountains to the Blue Ridge Mountains could see the greatest risk of dangerous ice building up. Some elevations may pick up a mixture of snow and sleet, which would leave untreated sidewalks and roads slippery. Others could have mainly freezing rain. That's the ugly one, where you get the accumulation of ice, tree branches snapping, weighing down power lines, power outages. Either way, travelers urged to exercise caution as seemingly wet roads may be coated with a layer of ice. Be prepared. Extra batteries, fully charged cell phone. Residents across portions of the Tennessee and Ohio valleys through New England, you may want to dust off the old snow shovel and the snow blower and make sure your vehicle tires have plenty of tread. Additional preparations. Getting out sidewalk salt, cinders, packing an emergency kit in the car with an extra hat, gloves, and a scarf in case you get stuck somewhere. Now, as we head on through the weekend, as the storm shifts northward along the New England coast, by Sunday, the steadiest snow at that point will focus on northern Connecticut, Massachusetts, southern New Hampshire, and parts of southern Maine. Now, forecasters say a separate storm that's going to be tracking north of the Great Lakes and across southern Canada may also factor into how long those snow showers persist there in the interior northeast. And we kind of gave you a heads up last hour. There's another storm on the horizon, another widespread, impactful system, maybe on the way next week, right on the heels of this weekend storm. A feature that's going to shift inland again from the west coast later this weekend, organizing over the central states by Monday. Could become the next major winter storm. A corridor of snow, sleet, even a zone featuring blizzard conditions may develop over the center of the country early next week. On the southern flank, you'll have the rounds of heavy rain and gusty thunderstorms once again, some of which could turn severe, damaging winds, even isolated tornadoes, maybe in the offing next week, early next week. So one system as we head through the weekend, system number 2 right on the heels of that early next week. It is 844-844-3388 for the first time in the new year, Sundance Kid. Hey there, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Mr. Summers. And roll tide. Well, you can't win them all.
Yeah,
but we try.
Yeah, you tried.
But I wish, Ohio State, you got to do better. Y'all let us down. Y'all could have took Michigan out, and you didn't. So we always rely on you guys to beat them so they don't get in this situation. But anyway, so I learned something new last year in the winter driving. I run into a situation where I went to bed, truck's running, heat's on. My windshield wipers still froze to the front of the windshield. So I didn't have no isopropyl alcohol, rubbing alcohol to pour on them. So I learned a little trick, and it took a little bit, about an hour. But what you had to do is you had to fold down your sun visor and turn on your defrost.
Yeah.
And that way, when it hits the windshield, it'll roll up, hit the visor, and it'll keep rolling back and forth. So it makes a circulation, and it will thaw out in case you don't have any alcohol.
Really?
That's my winter driving tip. Yep. It works better. I mean, if you just turn on defrost, the defrost goes up, hits the windshield, and goes back in your face and back. It don't stay there.
Mm-hmm.
But if you pull down your sun visors, it'll sit there and roll back and forth, and it'll just keep on, and it'll work faster.
Good deal.
That's yes, sir. And if the Republicans decide to run, Mr. Trump, he's going to lose again. So, so y'all can go ahead and do what y'all need to do. But as long as he's there, I'm not a Biden fan. I'm a Kennedy fan. I think Robert's more along America than either one of the two we got up there, Biden and Trump. But if everybody would do the right thing, he'd probably be the best man for the job. The border is, we have no control. We lost control a long time ago. It's been since amnesty was given back in the 80s. We've had this problem. I don't know where all these people are. I don't see an extra 20 million running around, but they're somewhere. But I wish we're just going to have to annex Mexico. We're going to take them, okay. And that way we can control that southern border, because it's only about 80 miles, maybe 100 miles long down there in Guatemala. So let's do that. We can build that wall, no problem. And all the money we get from Mexico, their oil, and all the beaches for tourism, we can take out the cartel. Man, we've got a great country then, and it's big. And we can all go down there and enjoy Mexico. They got good tequila. So that will solve that problem.
There's the plan.
And then, and on the Taiwanese thing, if China invades Taiwan, I don't feel comfortable that we're going to know which people to shoot if we land on Taiwan, because I don't think I can tell the difference between a Taiwanese and a Chinaman. I think they look alike. So I mean, who are we going to shoot down there? If we land with amphibious ships. So, and also on this insurrection, or whatever we want to call it, I know some people don't like to call it that, but if the people that wanted Trump out, like the FBI and the CIA, if they wanted him out of office, why would they infiltrate the people and go in there and try to stop the exact thing that was going to certify that he was going to be out of office? I'm trying to figure that one out, because if it goes in, they don't do nothing, it's certified, and he's out of office. So why would they go and try to stop the one thing that was going to get him out of office? You see what I'm saying?
Kind of grasp me. So you're talking about whether the Department of Justice was actually involved on January 6th.
Well, FBI and the CIA, yeah. I hear FBI agents were in there, CIA was in there. They were, they were part of the ground, but they're the ones that want him out of there. So why would they go in there and try to stop the one thing that was going to get him out of there?
I don't think they were there to stop it. I mean, I think their plan was to actually make sure that it appeared to be a violent insurrection, because that would assure, and that's the plan that they're still working on, trying to keep Trump off the ballot in states.
Oh, well, did they know he was going to run again?
Well, I mean, it was pretty much a foregone conclusion. Everybody said he had the most support, and I mean, amazing to this day, Sundance. He still has the most support. He's 50 points ahead.
Right, but he's never won the popular vote. I know we don't go by popular vote, but he's never won the popular vote.
Right.
But he didn't win the popular. He didn't get as many votes as Hillary Clinton. And he didn't get as many votes as Joe Biden.
Yeah, Joe actually got 81 million votes, didn't he?
I know, and it's amazing that Trump can drive so many people out of the woodwork to go vote for somebody that we got that. I mean, I wish he would just go take care of his legal stuff and then run for office and then come back. I mean, he's got plenty of time. I mean. Well, to me, he's using the election process.
The reality is all these issues of the lawsuits and all these charges against him, which to date nothing has been proven. All these charges are being done to keep him from running. That's the plan. That's the intention. Everything they can possibly do to try to make sure this guy doesn't make it onto the ballot or cannot do the courts, cannot become president again. That's the goal, Sundance. You don't see that? It's 844-844-3388. All right, so back to the list of names from the Epstein list. We didn't, I think Vic brought it out last evening. Didn't really expect we're going to see anything earth-shattering, nothing exceptional on this list. The list was expected to include a wide variety of people, but the list is not, this is not a client list. Epstein's accusers, some of his staff members, witnesses at Maxwell's trial, individuals who were deposed as part of that case in 2015, others who were maybe contacts in some form, expected to be on the list. Alan Dershowitz, a former lawyer for Epstein, who fought back against allegations that he was actually a client, said that releasing the list will allow those on it to make their own case to the public of their connections to Epstein. Now, he was very well thought of in the beginning. None of us knew about his private life and that he kept everything so secret. Dershowitz was talking about Epstein. There's a difference between what happened after he was convicted and the nature of the relationship after he was convicted, and everybody should judge for themselves. Noted by the Associated Press all the way back in 2008, Epstein pleaded guilty in Florida to one count of soliciting prostitution and one count of soliciting prostitution from someone under the age of 18, although he was arrested on federal sex trafficking charges in 2019. Obviously found dead in his jail cell before the trial. We all know it was a suicide, right? Maxwell, of course, then convicted of sex trafficking in 21. She got 20 years in prison. The judge, Loretta Preska, last month ordered these names, these materials to be released this year. She did hold back some names of individuals who objected to the disclosure. Preska said that the names of minor victims who did not testify or have not been made public are still under seal. One political analyst, Charlotte Clymer, who said releasing the names might cause a problem if our nation's leaders and political media try to downplay the Epstein list and cover up any crimes against the innocents. I don't think we saw any really earth-shattering names. Bill Clinton was on the list. He was identified in the court records as Doe number 36. He's mentioned like more than 50 times, 50 redacted filings connected to the case. We'll see where it goes, but I ain't holding my breath on much there. Just leave it at that. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
One thing we can tell you at this point in time, Trump, former President Trump, has been provisionally reinstated to the Maine Republican Party state presidential primary ballot. That follows the appeal against the earlier disqualification by the Secretary of State, Shenna Bellows. She removed him from the ballot, citing his alleged ineligibility. Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, right? Now, a critical aspect of the legal battle is the timeline set by the Superior Court. They have till January 17 to make a ruling on the matter. Until the court issues their decision, Trump remains on the main ballot, despite the Secretary of State's initial ruling. Now, the same case of disqualification from Colorado has indeed been taken to the Supreme Court for appeal as well. Trump's attorneys say the secretary made multiple errors of law and acted in an arbitrary and capricious manner, and President Trump will be illegally excluded from the ballot as a result of the secretary's actions. The appeal filed in the state of Maine's Superior Court, contesting the disqualification on several grounds. Trump's legal team argued against the bias and lack of due process in her decision, challenging her legal authority under Maine statutes to consider federal constitutional issues. They also highlighted multiple errors of law and arbitrary actions in her decision-making process, asserting that Trump's exclusion from the ballot is unlawful. So the appeal to the Supreme Court, Colorado, it's been made. I think there was another well-known judge this past day that said the Supreme Court is going to indeed take this up post-haste, and it should come down as a unanimous decision. And if they are actually following the Constitution, know what I mean? 5-7, first time in the new year. Happy New Year.
Oh, yes. Happy New Year to you, sir. Real quick, I never forgot what I called about the birthplace. Okay, ego, bless your heart. I think the best thing I ever heard was people that escaped socialism, communism. They came here to America, and when it comes, they said it best. If America loses its freedom here, where can you go? So don't tell me you're going to leave the country. Tell me where you're going to go. And buddy, this is it. I mean, we're down. This is it. And we may lose it, but it doesn't mean we totally lost. Let's say they ban the Republican Party, okay, have their way, outlaw it. Well, a lot of Republicans, if you can only be a Democrat, then you're going to have conservative Democrat, liberal Democrat. And it's just not much going to change except for a name. Can't give up on this country because this is where my kids live, my grandkids live, and that's just the way it's got to be. And Sundance, when we land our troops in Taiwan, you can't tell the difference between one Chinaman or another. Well, here's how you solve that. That's how you know the difference when you go into a truck stop and you see an Estes driver standing there in his uniform shirt, and you see a UPS driver in a uniform shirt. They issue these people uniforms. That's what you shoot at the uniform that the enemy's wearing.
Right. It becomes a real problem when you fight an enemy that doesn't have a uniform, right? And that's been the problem forever there in the Middle East. You don't know who's the good guy, the bad guy, or who's indifferent. You don't know.
Absolutely, and we had that problem in Vietnam. We've had that problem with these, Iraq. You just 1 minute, they're waving at you, next minute they're shooting at you.
Yeah.
So, yeah. But for the most part, that's how it goes. I haven't followed the news much. I mean, I didn't know we were going to be going over there right now and start shooting at Chinamen in Taiwan. He knows something I don't know.
I know. We're just. I think we're just trying to get the new year started off with a bang. If you know what I mean. That's leave it to Sundance.
Well, there is a guy that was on a familiar talk show host, and he did say in the 6th month of this year, by the 6th month, it's going to happen. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. So it's hey, the best thing about hard times, it'll bring out good people. And, it's just easy in America now. It's just everything's so easy. And maybe that's what the problem is. I mean, kids are killing their parents for shutting their internet down. It's
crazy things, but hey, we got to pause there. Back after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. President Biden and First Lady Jill Biden delivering a New Year's message to the nation.
Well, my hope is that everybody has a healthy, happy, and safe New Year.
In a pre-recorded interview on ABC's Dick Clark's New Year's Rockin' Eve with Ryan Seacrest, President Biden expressed his optimism. Another American youngster has taken an adventure on the wrong flight, except this time it took him out of the country. 16-year-old Logan Loss was scheduled to board a Frontier Airlines flight from Florida to Ohio, but instead he says he got put on a plane to Puerto Rico. Frontier Airlines has apologized to the teen and his family for the mix-up.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Well, the question, what will the new year have in store for the electrification of trucking? Now, we know for certain 2023 was not a good year. According to the FreightWaves update, we'll give you more on... they still feel like we'll get over some of these humps. It's growing pains. We're pushing for electrification. As I said, we'll give you more on that coming up here. Meanwhile, we shared the story of what is becoming all too common in the Memphis area, where delivery trucks, package trucks, you name it, are being robbed. And it was Tuesday of this week, just kicking off the new year, Tuesday. It was not just a FedEx truck. There was also a UPS delivery truck that was robbed in the middle of the day. One over-the-road driver spoke to a Tennessee news outlet this past day, said, I ain't going back to Memphis. Now, this spike in armed truck robberies. Again, if you weren't with us last evening, it was Tuesday afternoon this week. Police responded to the armed robberies of a FedEx truck on Winchester Road and a UPS truck on Summer Avenue in Memphis there. In both cases, 3 to 4 men wearing black held up the vehicles with weapons and stole packages. There were no injuries in either case here. Following this latest pair of armed truck robberies, local outlet WMC-TV spoke to one over-the-road driver who said that he, too, was recently the victim of a robbery when he stopped at a gas station on Lamar Avenue. He said multiple suspects stole about 30 boxes from his truck while he was stopped at the gas station. It's a shame. It's scary, but I'm not coming through Memphis anymore. I'm not even going to stop, which puts us truck drivers in kind of a bad position because in many cases, he cited coming from Michigan going west, you exactly kind of run out of time right on the border, right before you get to Arkansas, and you're going to run out of time. So trying to adjust schedules so he can stay the heck out of Memphis so they can get a handle. I haven't seen where there's been any reports of any arrests made from either of those armed holdups in broad daylight, middle of the afternoon. There on Tuesday of this week. Meanwhile, back to 5-7. I know you, first time we're talking in the new year, you were kind of under the weather as we were heading into Christmas. You and the missus all get healed up and better and have a happy new year.
This crud. I had to go outside and hook up to my trailer. There you go. This crud, it takes a while to get there, and it takes a while to leave.
Wow, so you're still kind of still dealing with it.
Yeah. I never had much of a fever. I always had a good appetite. Drink coffee, don't matter. Yeah. The biggest problem is trying to sleep. You lay down, you felt like you were drowning in mucus. So, other than that, we're good to go. This my verse.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I'm going to get off.
He's still dealing with
but
it. I really thought you'd be. Yeah, go ahead.
Just want to say this about electrification. While I was off, I watched your story. You can take your Chevy pickup and get it electrified. Yeah, they do something with the axles and all this stuff. Hey, listen. If I had the money, I'd take a 57 Chevy Coupe down there and have them fix it up. All you're talking about is the batteries go in the engine compartment. The motor, I seen this on Jay Leno for a 50 Mercury. The motor is as big as the transmission. That old 50 Mercury, you'd never known it was electrified. Once they figured out how to get this battery technology right. But my problem is, in the 70s, I lived on Taft Court in Melbourne, Florida. The guy behind me was a graphic artist for NASA. The men that lived around me on Taft Court and up and down the street all worked up at NASA, putting people on the moon on the Apollo project. So I guess I just believe in America and Americans that can solve problems because I just grew up in that atmosphere. I sure haven't lived up to their to what these guys were, but I'm still proud of what I've done. But I believe in America. I believe we still got it. The only thing I can tell you is if God's lifted his hand of protection off of us because we've accepted some ungodly things. It might be our time. But God still has a lot of people in this country that haven't bent their knee to the evil in this country. So I still believe. And other than that, listen, as long as I've got the Steve Summers overnight drive to listen to, and as long as I've got Republicans spending millions of dollars to try to get in office, I know we got hope. So other than that, we're going to sit back and copy the mail. And thank y'all for your prayers.
And kind of where we left off in 2023, get well soon, right? Wow. So that's the crud that's sticking around. That ain't no fun. It is 844-3388. I'm pulling up a story here that Roy passed my way here just a few minutes ago. I guess it just came out. It just came out this past evening, the story. Here we are. It's the 4th day of January. And we all remember that day. Remember January 6th, the upcoming anniversary, the insurrection. How's this going to work? It's not a Babylon Bee thing. Hey, a new board game. A new board game will let you storm the Capitol as of January 6th. entitled Storm the Capitol, TrueAnon Edition, a new board game that will be available to purchase on January 6th, third anniversary of the insurrection. Relive one of the funniest days in American history. Storm the Capitol, the world's first board game based around the events of January 6, 21. In the game, you will take control of one of the 6 patriots as you battle through the Capitol, taking ballots, holding hostages, and fighting off the police. The goal is to take 100 ballots to where President Donald Trump waits to take the players on a helicopter and change the 2020 election. Are you kidding me? You'll also have the opportunity to play as Capitol Police and use every means necessary to stop the patriots from getting on the roof. There will be limited quantities available. The game will ship by mid-January priced at the low price of $64.99. Are you $65 for a board game? Okay, somebody looking to capitalize on January the 6th. Like I said, can't make this stuff up. Well, good morning, the anonymous hippopotamus. How we doing?
Yeah. Oh, not too bad. Morning, Your Honor. Thanks for taking my call. You didn't look at the back of that box to see if it said GMAC or whatever they're out of that West Virginia
That
place
would have been,
there.
wouldn't have been 1995, I'd be thinking, though, wouldn't it?
Yeah. I don't know. He's got some prices all over the place there, especially when they put the package deals together there. He gets some combination deals there. You know, the 1995 turns into, I think, $99.95 for 2 or something. I don't know. Their arithmetic there, I don't know what they do. But anyway, so did Frontier Airlines, did they send another 16-year-old to Puerto Rico? I was hearing on your news.
Right.
We're up to date.
Yeah.
Our poor news service. Anyways, what else we got? What else do we have going here? You're pretty right there. Our poor weather forecasters there, they're pulling their hair out trying to figure out if they can actually make an accurate prediction or if it's just going to be wrong like normal. But the one thing I can say is the inland mark that usually gets hit most of the time for the dividing line is I-95. So when you're in Maryland and going up towards Philly and that, the east side of 95 will be wet and the west side will be snow, and the only other divider that really works pretty good is the Mason-Dixon line there. So a lot of times the north side is snow and the south side is rain, but anyways, that's depends on which way all the weather's going and all that.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I guess we'll just wait and see. And I think everybody's supposed to be flocking to every convenient and grocery store and Walmart here and buying bread, eggs, and milk so we can don't forget your maple syrup so we can make French toast. But other than that there, as far as Sundance there, I'm trying to figure out how this is going to work if we annex Mexico. Now, is the IRS, are they going to just welcome, because most of the drugs, we're going to have to be legalized. So is the IRS just going to welcome the drug cartels in, and are they going to be our tax base that we're going to use to save the country because we need more revenue? Or after Mexico gets annexed, is the IRS with those 87,000 armed agents going to go and actually put the drug cartels out of business? Because it's the IRS that got all the big mobsters there, Capone and all that, they got them with the taxes there. So I don't know, maybe it'd be a good thing there. We'll just stick the IRS there on all the drug cartels.
There you go, right? It sounds like you're sounds to me like you're taking Sundance serious. What the?
To actually try to stop some of this that's going on. You know, as funny as it sounds, it is almost the wiser solution by the sounds of it.
Right.
And as I say, if nobody else, I mean, ever since President Reagan and his wife, you know, they declared the war on drugs. The poor war on drugs has been a losing battle. I mean, you talk about a war that's never been won or a battle that's barely been won. You see sometimes you get a big capture there, you know, of confiscation, but you know, as it goes with the illegals coming up across the border, the gotaways, the amount of gotaways that still get into this country is astronomical.
Yep.
So maybe instead of just having the border people work on it, maybe we need the IRS people down there working on the border. Maybe they have a better way to solve it. And as I say, you know, you're supposed to have 87,000 more that can carry firearms to protect our border. I don't know. Maybe it'd be a good thing to do.
Well, one thing is you're right about, because I remember the days of Ronald and Nancy and the war on drugs and all, and over all those literally decades that we've been fighting that, and for the amount of technology we have now to try to interdict and stop this stuff from getting into the country, I don't recall any time in my life where we've seen the likes of what we see in more and more cities, the sheer number of people, the addicts that are actually out on the streets of Kensington. And you see it it's not just that, it's not just Philadelphia, it's all over the country. More drugs are making their way in. I mean, even though we're interdicting and intercepting so much more, it's pouring into the country.
And you're right. It's not just the big city problem, you know. And it was always out in the country a little bit, but it's every community, you know, and it's practically every alley and, you know, every school. And and the thing is, it's not the high school. It's the middle school and the elementary schools as well. But the one thing that gets me is this introduction of fentanyl that they do, and I know it makes it the level that is addictive because of the fentanyl, but the way they put the fentanyl in, that they actually kill the people that buy their drugs. I don't understand why you want to put an agent in your drugs that kills your customer so that they can't come back and purchase more product. Don't you think you want to keep your customers alive, Your Honor?
You would think.
That's
And when we're losing more than 100,000 every year, and the hard thing for me to comprehend is I don't know, is it younger people? I don't know, the age groups. I mean, it's across the threshold. Now, there's older people and middle-aged people on the streets of Kensington out there who is using this for the first time. You know, I'm going to try something for once. You know, drugs for many, many years. You would experiment with. You'd smoke some weed. You'd take a line of coke. You could, and most, a lot of people would not get addicted and could recreationally use. This stuff, they say, is one shot and you're pretty much hooked.
Yeah, and of course, financial hardships produce more of the use of that, you know, whether it's hard drugs or alcohol or whatever. It seems like the harder the financial times are, the worse that you go to the addictive type things to make things passive to get passed over. You know, you can pass over, just not realize try to stay out of aware, not be aware of what's going on.
Looking for the alternate reality. Try to just put the real world out of mind. Well, it's a sad state of affairs. Hey, somebody posted here that I see. Here's your forecast. All right, snow alert. It says expecting 0 to 85 inches of snow starting Saturday or Sunday, maybe Monday, but probably not happening at all. Recommendation is stock up on all the necessities immediately, prepare for a snowpocalypse or possibly a beautiful weekend.
Nailed it, Your Honor.
There it is. Bingo. All right. We'll return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you know gas goes bad in as little as 30 days? Bad gas can cause rough starts, poor performance, or no starts at all. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Whether it's your car, truck, boat, lawnmower, leaf blower, weed trimmer, ATV, motorcycle, or anything else with an engine, when you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, where did we leave off there? All right, let's go ahead and delve into the electrification of trucking. What do we see on the horizon in the new year? Meaningful volume growth eluded heavy-duty electric trucks last year, to say the least. Several reasons. Charging infrastructure, it's not there. Recalls for battery fires delayed getting many trucks on the road, and money problems imperiled two big battery makers. But the news, they say, wasn't all bad. Real estate developers invested in and began building electric charging depots. Single-charge driving range improved for Class 8 electric offerings from 2 legacy OEMs. A battery-making startup focused on lithium iron phosphate chemistry achieved more than 600 miles on a single charge, albeit in a passenger vehicle. Despite all the challenges of matching electric trucks with convenient, reliable charging, the new year, 24, looks like it could shake off some of the growing pains of 23. Legacy truck makers will bring next-generation battery electric trucks to the U.S. after European debuts this year. They have financial heft and engineering might from global operations. Among the most promising are the e-Actros 600 from Mercedes-Benz Trucks, expected to offer 310 miles on a single charge. A conventionally styled Freightliner e-Cascadia will follow production for the second generation e-Cascadia. Single charge driving range improved from 150 miles to 230 miles. Volvo Trucks North America advertises a range of 275 miles for the VNR Electric with 6 battery packs rather than 4. Peterbilt and Kenworth will benefit from a new DAF Trucks entry in Europe, offering 310 miles on a single charge. That's more than double the current range of the Peterbilt 579 EV and the Kenworth T680E. They were among the earliest electric models offered for sale here in the United States. Then Tesla, the long-delayed Tesla Semi began limited production last year, boasting a range of up to 500 miles between charging because it takes on electricity at 750 kilowatt hours, nearly 3 times the rate of other electric trucks. One semi covered 1,000 miles in a single workday back in September. Now, Elon Musk's lofty prediction of 50,000 semis being produced this year, that's got to be about the stretchiest of stretch goals. We know they can't get the batteries produced to make even half that number. The North American Council for Freight Efficiency Run on Less Electric Depot studied 10 electric depots and their charging capabilities. They confirmed Tesla's current charging efficiency is dominant among the heavy-duty trucks. There's a couple of others. The Helion Hypertruck ERX natural gas electric powertrain in a Peterbilt 579. They kind of disappeared from view late last year. They said there was no path to profitability. Suppliers raised cost. Interest from fleets just was not there. So some come, some go. What do you think? What's the future of electric trucks in 24?
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News. I'm Ryan Daniels. Former President Trump's legal team is appealing a ruling by the Maine Secretary of State that he is ineligible to appear on that state's GOP primary ballot. The appeal filed in Maine's Superior Court, Shenna Bellows says it's been a tough few days dealing with death threats.
I certainly worry about the safety of people that I love, people around me, and people who are charged with protecting me and working alongside me.
While speaking to CNN, Bellows said she intends to, quote, adhere to the process. Republicans and Democrats are criticizing her decision as immigration reform debates are teed up to resume on Capitol Hill in the new year. House Speaker Mike Johnson will visit the U.S.-Mexico border. Immigrant crossings have been at record levels in recent months. This as 4 ports of entry are being reopened today amidst the influx. In D.C., Democrats and Republicans will restart negotiations on border policy changes in exchange for Ukraine funding when Congress returns next week. The president of Harvard University is stepping down amidst controversy. Claudine Gay announced her decision Tuesday. This comes in the wake of allegations against Gay, including plagiarism and an on-campus campus scandal over anti-Semitism, Gay became the university's first black president in July. The first iteration of Mickey Mouse is now in the public domain. The version of the iconic character which first appeared in the short film Steamboat Willie is now being made available for use by creatives and artists without requiring permission. The copyright on Steamboat Willie expired as 2024 began. A breakthrough in medical science holds the potential to bring an end to acne. Scientists at the University of California, San Diego claim to have developed a vaccine, but it won't hit the market for 5 or so years. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
A new documentary featuring the parents of acquitted child killer Casey Anthony is airing this week. The show, called The Lie Detector Test, will appear on A&E Thursday night. It's in addition to the earlier Peacock docuseries released in 2022 titled Casey Anthony, Where the Truth Lies.
There is a reason Tot Mom Casey Anthony did not take the stand to tell her truth, because she could not weather or undergo or survive an intense cross-examination.
Court TV and HLN host Nancy Grace speaking to Fox News. In the new documentary, Casey Anthony's parents take a lie detector test live on camera and then are faced with each other's answers and results. It's set to air Thursday, 9 p.m. Eastern on A&E. The East Coast prepares for a winter wallop this weekend. Forecasters are saying they expect that storm to bring snow, rain, and wind. Shares in electric vehicle maker Rivian have taken a tumble. The company's shares dropped 10% on Tuesday. Figures show the Illinois-based EV maker built roughly 500 more cars than the number of orders it had to fill in the last quarter. Heading into 2024, we learn there is a declining number of Americans who enjoy drinking beer.
Beer Marketers Insights, which is an industry group, reports a shift in consumer preferences away from beer to other alcoholic beverages. This marks the first time since 1999 that beer shipments are expected to dip below 200 million barrels. I'm Skip Kelly.
I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Back again. And we roll on. Make our way into a Thursday here. Hello to Bidu, checking in on a Thursday morning. Glad to have you with us. Daniel, hello from over by Lyman, Colorado. 25 degrees at this hour. Had plenty of talk about towing in 2023. A majority of attention was the story where truck after truck being hit with thousands of dollars in towing fees. The A1 towing there in Memphis, no less. Well, a small trucking company, as we start the new year, a small truck hit with a massive bill for the tow of a broken-down box truck. According to the report out of Georgia, news outlet 11 Alive reported a box truck belonging to El Shaddai Truckers. As El Shaddai Truckers and Logistics broke down on southbound I-75 in Henry County, Georgia. It's the mile marker 227. Breakdown was caused by a broken brake line because the box truck was blocking traffic. Police arrived on the scene and called for a tow truck. Through Georgia's Towing and Recovery Incentive Program, which is TRIP for short, Wrecker 1 out of McDonough was dispatched to respond to the box truck. This program, the TRIP program, has been in place since 2008. It tries to reduce traffic congestion by providing financial incentives to tow companies for clearing commercial vehicle crashes in a timely fashion. TRIP is activated for all commercial vehicle crashes that are impeding traffic. Dispatch is managed by a law enforcement or transportation official. The program sends out what they call vetted tow companies to respond to commercial vehicle crashes on a rotating basis. The TRIP tow companies must respond with 2 heavy-duty recovery trucks and a support truck as part of the program. The box truck was ultimately towed for about 8 miles off of I-75. When the tow bill came to El Shaddai Truckers and Logistics later that day, it totaled $12,345, which included a 25% discount if it was paid by 4:30 that day. Hey, we're going to give you a discount. A second bill, $16,515, was issued the following morning. The company says, we don't have that kind of money to pay the tow bill. There's actually still freight to be delivered on that box truck. Georgia officials say there is no set rate that tow companies have to adhere to if that tow was actually initiated by law enforcement. How does that sound? 8-mile tow, $16,000. And we're not talking an overturned 18. We're just talking, it's right side up, it's blocked. Hook up, down the road 8 miles. That is literal highway robbery. Morning, Cue Ball.
Good morning, Steve. Push that button, push this button, and now it's better. Hopefully.
Yes.
Listen to replay. It's often very scratchy. I don't know if that's your end or my end, but nonetheless, it's there. Anyway, yeah, predatory towing. I learned the hard way in New Jersey. There are laws against predatory towing of automobiles. When it comes to semis, it's the wild, wild west out there. Georgia, I don't know, but that's a weird setup right there. They make you send 2 wreckers and a support vehicle for effectively nothing. It's a small box truck. You don't really need a big, huge, 50-ton rotator. Basically a large, wheel lift truck. About all you need, if even that. But whatever. That's always been the common thing. I deal with a lot of tow trucks because we use them often as crane for loading and unloading stuff. And, oftentimes they got a bad rap because of stuff like that right there. It's like, you think every tow company out there is out to rip young. The last one I dealt with was an amazing job of trying to get an end dump, a wrecked end dump trailer from a Copart lot onto my trailer, and then haul it out to Minnesota and load it up in New York. And for what the guy charged, I got to admit, for what the tow truck driver charged for the amount of work he did, I think the tow truck driver got screwed because he did a lot of work for not a lot of money, and then the clown was supposed to pay the bill and try to haggle with him, or actually get me to haggle with him, which one I just laughed in his face. You probably saw that video. So I was recording. It was quite the crap show. So yeah, I was listening to what you were saying since I called in. Electric trucks, they can build, no problem. No one's buying them. I heard you talk about the different OEs like Peterbilt, Volvo, Kenworth. All these guys are going to build these trucks, and they're saying like they got like one of them was like what 150, 200 mile range.
Yep.
I'm like, what kind of trucking do you do where you're completely smoked out of fuel in like 150 miles? And then one thing I noticed it didn't say was how long does it take to charge it from basically out of energy to, full charge to go the whole 200 miles again. How long does that take? I don't think it didn't say that. John, that
if you're doing, I mean, is it the kind of thing? Is this? I mean, it might be applicable to what do they call it? The port drayage operations, where you're just moving stuff here. I mean, you're not going very far. I mean, none of those numbers were feasible for long haul trucking.
I don't even think it's feasible for drayage trucks. Because where are you going? I mean, think about it, 150 miles. I mean, that figure you go from the port with a can to a customer, bring the can back. That's about all you can do. And you better hope it's within that 150. Just think about it. What if you're in, again, about the ports, you're in traffic.
Yeah.
You're not just rolling down the road making speed. You're stop and go, stop and go, stop and go. I mean, have any clowns ever been to Port of Long Beach? I mean, it's just traffic just to get in and out. All you do is stop and go, stop and go, stop and go. I bet your range is 50 miles. I mean, if you're picking up at the Port of Long Beach, you might make it to Long Beach to get your drop. That's about as far as you're going. I remember back when I was allowed to go out there in my truck. I remember they were pushing those goofy ass natural gas trucks, and they're not tanks, they're vessels, and they only had a range of like 300 miles. And guys are crying and whining. You couldn't get from LA to San Diego and back. I mean, it's less than 300 miles, but it's because of the stop and go traffic. Just didn't have the range. So it was. You don't see too many of them trucks around anymore. It seems like they always push that crap, and then they just don't sell. Or the ones that do, they're so heavily subsidized, it just doesn't work. So I'm like, all right, whatever. Sell your electric truck, no problem. We know one way to get rid of them is just park them in the field. Eventually, they'll set themselves on fire, and they'll burn, and you won't have to worry about them no more. As long as you don't owe money on it, I guess you're fine. You were talking with Horse Feathers about this whole thing with fentanyl and these drugs. And I'll bring that up only because it has something to do with one of the reasons I called. I find it kind of odd no one was really talking about it much. So very recently. But anyway, I'm a firm believer that what is happening to our nation collectively over the whole overarching view of things is a coordinated attack on our nation. Drugs is an interesting thing, but it wasn't when the whole thing started. I don't think it started in that manner, but I think that enemies of our nation figured out how to really, hurt us. I mean, think about it. How do you make sure a military? How do you take down a? Okay, let me ask you this: how do you think you take down a military without firing a shot? Like, estimate it. you eliminate its ability to recruit.
Mm-hmm.
You eliminate its ability to maintain numbers it already has. So if you can create a large addiction problem in a nation, under current rules, so many young men and women are disqualified from the military because of a simple possession pinch of something as simple as a joint, a little bit of weed. You're done. Your military career is over before it even started.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what if you just create a drug culture? Not like that hasn't been around for a long time. I mean, shoot, that's been going longer than I've been around. Probably longer than you've been around, and probably longer than your dad's been around. Well, it's been around for a long, long time. The quote, drug culture.
Yep.
But now it's getting so bad where you completely decimate any, as the young ones are coming up. Like, I'm not going to get into a whole argument about marijuana as far as legality or not, but everybody got to admit that it does affect one's motivation to do things in life. I don't know anybody that smokes a lot of marijuana. I'm talking recreationally here, there, every now and again. I'm talking regular habitual users. I don't know anybody like that with a high ambition. There's, the typical stoner. He's just sitting around on a couch smoking weed, don't give a care, doing nothing. There's a reason for that. It wrecks regular usage, wrecks your ambition. Now, if you're a foreign government, that sounds kind of useful, right? Because you can eliminate people from joining the military. So your numbers dwindle down. So if you can hopelessly addict, and in the case of fentanyl, kill a vast majority of military-age personnel in a nation, you can almost just walk on in and do whatever the hell you want.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost like it's planned out that way.
Well, you notice the last couple of years, we've talked 2022, 2023, the recruitment numbers for all branches of the military, they're down. Now they're trying to say a lot of it is the obesity crisis. I think there's a whole lot of people that are military age coming out of high school that are not eligible because of their drug use.
Correct. Absolutely correct. I know a lot of guys like that is my point. But when you and Horsefellas were talking, I'm kind of making the comment about, like, well, if you're a drug dealer, why do you want to kill off your customer? Well, the street level drug dealer, I don't think he's the guy mixing the fentanyl in a street level drug, right? I mean, let's be honest. The average heroin dealer, he knows his customers are pretty much walking dead anyway. That's usually, if you're going to find, like you're talking about Kensington Avenue in Philly, usually you find the fentanyl overdoses in the heroin crowd. Heroin crowd, like I said, as far as I'm concerned, as soon as you take your first hit of heroin, start digging the hole. You're dead. You just don't even know. You just don't know when you're dead, but you're dead. That was before they were putting fentanyl in it. So the heroin crowd, they already know they're walking dead anyway. Okay? But you do find the fentanyl in pills that are supposedly
right,
and dealers that are selling them to kids, they think, you stole some Xanax off of grandma or mom or pain pills from whoever. They have no idea what's in that pill. They didn't press the pill. That crap was pressed down in old Mexico. It was not pressed by the dealer. He thinks he's selling Xanax, hoping that there ain't nothing in there, if they're even paying attention. They catch a hot dose, the guy's dead. Because the people that are setting that up are the foreign governments shipping the fentanyl to Mexico. The cartels don't give a rip. I mean, think about it. They're getting paid on both sides. They're getting paid to sell it, and they get paid to make it. So if every damn pill they made had a lethal dose, what do they care? They get paid on both sides anyway. They don't have to deal with the end user. And they're in a whole other country. So, again, it doesn't affect them anyway. I honestly believe the fentanyl thing is a coordinated attack to decimate the ranks of the military and to keep the rest of the population, the whole drug culture, to keep them dumb, stupid, and not caring. I mean, you realize, think about it. I mean, I get it. It's a radio show. Everybody's got to talk sports, this, that, and the other. But you realize the amount of people that all they care about is their stupid sports team, but they have no idea what's going on in their own neighborhood or in their own country, or don't have a
Absolutely.
clue about any current events.
Yep.
But they can quote the roster of the '69 World Series winning Mets. Like, what is that? That's just dumb. But that's a dumbing down of society. I'll go round and round with that again. That brings me to a reason I called. So, again, I think we are under a coordinated attack from a foreign nation, I believe China. And what are we going to do about it? Oh, I don't know. We got to find somebody that's got the stones to do it. Well, it don't look like, as time goes on, it looks like we're just going to have more trouble finding that person. Because the news media doesn't like to talk about what's obviously in front of your face. I brought up yesterday this whole thing with Nikki Haley and how nobody wants to talk about, even Newsmax and Fox News will not play the clip of Vivek Ramaswamy in the last debate going on about who she's being paid off by guys like the Koch brothers and BlackRock. Now, what product does BlackRock sell to the general public? The average human being. What product do they sell?
I don't think they absolutely
it's
nothing.
Like aspirin. You just go to the store and go buy a BlackRock aspirin, right?
They just invest money in owned shares in all the biggest corporations in the country.
So I just can't go to the store and go buy a BlackRock share. I got to be part of a group or something, or be part of a big corporation, or so I guess. So in other words, it's kind of like the big pharmaceuticals. I can't just go to the store and go buy my Paxil, Prozac. I need a doctor to know something before I go buy it. I see even there, I can't just buy it. I got to have a prescription, right? So the point is, these ads, they're not really ads. Hush money. BlackRock advertises on Fox News. They've been doing that for a long while now. And I remember that. I'm like, the only one that had the stones to talk about BlackRock was Tucker. And where's Tucker now? He ain't on Fox no more, is he? Point is, these guys are advertising on the media, but it's really not advertising because you sell a product that the average person can't buy. I mean, the average person, you go to the truck equipment store and buy a feeder, you'll buy a brake for a 1999 Peterbilt 379, right? You don't need a prescription for that, right?
Mm-hmm.
You might want to have a need to buy that part, but I don't remember Eaton Fuller or Urban Meritor or any bigger manufacturers, TRP. They don't advertise on the news. It's funny, you see advertisements all the time. I like look at the advertisements you got, but they don't advertise on it because it's an industry-specific advertisement, right?
Mm-hmm.
So BlackRock is selling to the general public, advertising to the general public that don't buy the product, that can't buy the product. Why would you advertise it there? It's to shut Fox News up. Very effective. And that's what it worries me, because when Vivek gets on there, and he was on Tucker and a few other shows very recently explaining this whole thing with Nikki Haley, I believe he admits he had it wrong. He thinks he's got it right now, and I think he's correct. Here's the problem. In my opinion, this is my humble opinion, I believe that so much as the DNC doesn't like the problem that they have with Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, they know they're stuck with them. The government of China spent enough money egging things up and making things crooked enough in this country to install Joe Biden to where he is now. They are not going to let that go. They're going to do whatever they got to do to keep that man in office through the next election. The DNC, I think, knows this, but unless they're paid off or corrupted somehow by the CCP, I think that they know they got to do something about Joe Biden, but they really can't. So Vivek was kind of saying directly, he didn't get an old CCP thing, but I do. His answer is, at least when he was on Tucker was like, well, you can't get rid of Kamala Harris. She's Jamaican or black or I don't know what her full nationality is. I don't even really know nor care. But you can't get rid of her. She's a woman. You can't get rid of her. And she's worse than Joe. What do? Well, you bring up the next best one. Do you remember? I know you do because you used to say it all the time. Do you remember the Republican primary in 2016? And do you remember who the polls were saying this guy was going to run away with it? Overwhelmingly run away with it. And you were on your show, and you were saying, I don't know anybody that even knows who that clown is, let alone would vote for that guy. You remember who that was?
Would that be Mr. Obama?
No.
16.
Jeb Bush, the Republican primary.
Yeah. Okay.
Remember,
Yeah,
it was like Jeb Bush he was running over the poll. Started voting. He had like less than 1/10 of 1% in the primaries, and everybody was like, "Where are these polls getting their numbers from?" After that, I gave up. I realized that these polls that they give are bogus. They're not real. They're just made up. They give up the numbers somehow to make it seem like this candidate is going to win, to somehow skew the result, and Trump ran away with it. But Jeb Bush was supposed to own it, and he went nowhere with it. Well, all of a sudden, I thought this, was it 2-3 weeks ago, and they said Nikki Haley is surging into polls.
Yep.
And I'm like, well, what did she do to get that? What did she do? What stance did she change, or what happened that she would surge into polls? Well, I follow this stuff pretty closely, and I didn't notice a thing. But the news was saying Nikki Haley's running away with the polls. Nikki Haley's running away with the polls. And then it came out, she's controlled by BlackRock and the Koch brothers. And now you know why. Well, what they're trying to do is they're trying to get it a one-on-one versus Trump. Nikki Haley versus Trump. Not Trump versus Biden. They know if they can get a Nikki Haley there, they're just going to shove Biden aside. He's going to lose no matter what, they're figuring.
Mm-hmm.
So they'll get another one if she can control. Because Nikki Haley really is a Democrat. Running as a Republican. Look at her stance on social media doxing.
The headlines yesterday are showing Nikki Haley at number 2. Nikki Haley now ahead of DeSantis. I mean, that's what they're trying. Here's the headline: Haley in second surpasses DeSantis in national polling average. That was just this past day. Yeah, there's a push on for whatever reason. Big push trying to make Nikki look like the one. But we got to pause there. We'll be back after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Life on the road is tough, but the Big Rig mattress is tougher. With 15 years of industry-leading technology, our hybrid mattresses with this individual pocketed spring core is the best on the market. Road tested for millions of miles, it is the last mattress you'll buy for your truck. We are so confident that's why our spring support core is guaranteed for 10 years. Most sizes ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes are also available. When you get tired of waking up with sore, achy muscles, visit thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Rest assured, with the Big Rig Mattress, we've got your back.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
Okay, right back where we left off there. Talking this push for Nikki Haley. Yeah, the rest of the story. Republican presidential candidate Nikki Haley has surpassed Florida Governor Ron DeSantis in 538's national polling average for the first time in the 24 campaign. Senior editor and senior elections analyst for the polling analysis website announced her move into second place on X this past day. Now, he noted some caveats about the confidence interval of the polls and multiple ways that exits to calculate a polling average. Still, 538's average has the former UN ambassador ahead. It also highlights her rise in the polls that's taken place over the last few months. She's been gaining momentum since August, with fuel from multiple strong primary debate performances. Of course, DeSantis has held second in the Republican field through most of the race, and at one time was closely behind former President Trump for the lead. But he's dropped over the months, from above 30% nationally to low double digits now. Haley also taking second place in the Hill Decision Desk headquarters national political average, which she's held since mid-December. She and DeSantis are statistically tied in the Real Clear Politics polling average. Nonetheless, Trump's still the clear front-runner, holding a 50-point lead in 538's national average. A significant lead in the early voting states of Iowa, New Hampshire, but Haley's been gaining in these states as well. There you go. Nonetheless, a 50-point lead for Trump. Well, welcome back, Cue Ball.
Yeah, thanks, Steve. Yeah, I don't know how much it had, I believe, as far as the polls, only because, like I said, I brought back, when you look at his Bush phenomenon, he was running away with it, and then he got absolutely smoked, and it was an embarrassment. See, Nikki Haley, if you have to give me a reason why. If she was doing so much better, why would she? Do you mean to tell me and now let's look at what she's been saying. You mean to tell me Republican primary voters want your social media attached to your government ID so that her pimps at BlackRock can give me an accurate social credit score? You want me to believe that Republican primary voters want this? Okay. I got a bridge to sell you in the middle of nowhere. I'll show it to you. I buy that for a minute. That's one of the more recent things that she's been saying, where everybody's been like, "You're going the wrong way with it." And then once it came out, like I said, who support her and her. I mean, hell, even look at when she started her campaign. It was all, she didn't want to attack Trump at first, so her campaign was all identity politics. Her little joke about her being a woman, and I'm like, okay, what's your policy? I really could care about your chromosomes. I mean, okay, I'm not going to lie, she is obviously not hard on the eyes. A little hard to listen to with that big mouth and what appears to be denture slip at the last debate. Because even me and Jen were looking at each other, I'm like, is she trying to over-enunciate words, or is she trying to not spit out her teeth? I don't know, but it looked weird. It sounded worse if you actually watched it. Once I pointed it out to Jen, we couldn't not see it anymore, which was kind of hilarious. Now, DeSantis. DeSantis is another weird one. I like DeSantis. He's the only one that's had the stones in recent times, and he certainly, I mean, look what he did for Florida. And he's the only one that had the stones to go after that rat of Orlando, Florida. Disney, that's his child grooming company down there, with the whole push of the woke agenda, and he went after him for it. And rightly so. But I think in the debates, or at least in the way he's campaigning, I think he's getting bad advice. Now, I don't know how true it is, whether he's actually been dealing with, like, the Karl Roves, but there was a while where Karl Rove was all in for DeSantis. And once you got a guy like Karl Rove saying, that's my guy, well, that ain't my guy. So I don't really know. You know what I'm saying? He disavows ever having anything to do with Karl Rove. But like I said, when Karl Rove was all the Fox pushing DeSantis, that made me worry big time. I think DeSantis is a true blue good guy and a patriot, but I think his advisors on telling him how to win an election are wrong. I think he needs to fire his advisors, roll up his sleeves, get red-faced, and start punching back. Actually go on the attack. Actually start saying, this is what we're going to do, this is what I'm going to do, and I'm not taking your crap. And go after, go after Chris Christie with his bull crap. Go after Nikki Haley with who supports her. Everything I've been saying, she's an easy target. Make it so. Now, Trump, I believe, is still a huge front runner. Again, I don't believe the polls, but let's be honest. We all know who he is. And Republican primary voters want the pissed-off pit bull with the experience to know which ass to bite and which neck to bite. He knows what to do and how to do it now, because he's the pissed-off pit bull. That's what I want. I don't want just, mealy-mouthed, milk-toast, famous old. No, I want somebody going there and wreck the joint. I want somebody to crack heads and get it done and get this corruption gone and over with already. Enough. I've said for how many years I want to vote for a guy. not against the other guy.
Yep.
That's what the Republican primary voters, I think, want, which is why Trump's far ahead. Vivek Ramaswamy is basically saying exactly the same thing. He said on 2 different media outlets that I saw both interviews today, it's probably more, where he said that he's vowing to go all the way to the end with it because he feels that nobody is going to expose any of the flaws of these other candidates other than him. He seems to be fully aware he ain't winning it, but he wants to be the alternative should something happen. And I said about DeSantis, too. He need an alternative should something happen to Trump. I mean, he is an old guy. He could just simply get sick and have problems.
Absolutely.
Or worse. So you need a viable number 2. And I'm liking the Trump-esque way that Vivek is willing to step in the arena, mix it up, and mess up. He'll mess people up. He's willing to put Nikki Haley on her toes. DeSantis didn't even know what to say. He was kind of like, the last debate, he didn't want to attack because he didn't want to come across like he was being too mean. I'm like, get in the fight, dude. I want a fighter. Get in the fight. Don't just stand there. Get in it. Get a couple shots in yourself. Mix it up. I think he's being advised wrong. I think he is the mix-it-up kind of guy, but he's being advised wrong. It's DeSantis. Vivek's got the stones to do it, but I just don't think he's going to take it unless something really changes. I don't believe them polls for a minute, and I could back it up with the past, and it's almost like we're supposed to forget the past and believe the bull crap we're being fed now. I ain't buying it. Nikki Haley is not winning. And I think when it comes to the primaries, he's going to get her ass handed to her because primary voters are paying attention to that kind of nonsense. The average, what was it, the national poll? What were the numbers on the debate? The best one was the last one. And the numbers were pathetic. Like, nobody watched it.
Nobody watched it.
And to be honest, if you want to watch it, it's hard to find. It's really hard to find. So, I don't know.
So I guess we're going to have, is it going to be Nikki Haley and DeSantis? I think there's one more debate. It's going to be taking place here. I don't believe Ramaswamy is, because you had to have like a 10% poll number, and I think it was 2 or 3 different national polls. I don't think he's met the criteria to even be in it. About 17 before the hour. All right, it is 844-3388. Head on down to the Sunshine State. Philip, morning.
Morning, bud. How y'all doing?
Well, another day. Is it a little soggy on your drive in this morning?
Oh, it actually ain't too bad. I mean, they had light rain over us, and it's damp out here, but it isn't nothing major. I mean, it's going to be patchy anyway from what the radar showed. It's going to be up to that. I was just listening to Cue Ball there. He's right in a lot of the aspects. I kind of tend to think that a little bit about the fentanyl. The only thing with the fentanyl that what I'm seeing with it is a lot of them guys are pushing it in because they're wanting to cut their product with it. And it's the old company adage, it's we're going to make it cheap and we're going to sell it high. And that's what they're doing. Fentanyl is cheap. They can cut the product with it. They can put it in the product, and it makes the product go a lot longer, And that's business 101. That's what's happening with fentanyl, and that's what a lot of the sheriffs are seeing down here in Florida. As far as the electric trucks go, I think that the OEMs in the United States ain't got it together. They ain't no different than Ford or Chevy with the what's going on with the cars. They're nowhere near where they need to be with it, and that's the reason you're only seeing trucks get 150 miles on a battery. I don't think that you could run like what y'all were talking about earlier. Q-Bar did bring up a valid point. Going up that kind of mileage, you're not going to get that kind of mileage on a truck. unless you're doing a P&D route or something like that, and it's going to be a very small P&D route. Steve, have you seen what Tesla's doing with Frito-Lay and those trucks? They're only getting about $350 out of their trucks, but they're charging them up. When they get done, they go into a dedicated charge system, and they're set there for 10 to 12 hours before they get back up and going again. So it's still in its infancy, man. It's nowhere near where they need it to be. You know, and I don't think that they're going to get the Peterbilt is the only one that's a stand-up OEM that's working on it hard. You know, you don't see Freightliner out there working at it hard, or you don't see, you know, anybody but Peterbilt. Peterbilt's the only OEM that I know of that has a finished product, and it's not even an over-the-road product. It's a local product. It's only made for P&D. You know, it's not made for going long distances. You know, and I think it's in infancy still, and everybody's trying to figure it out still. I mean, over in Europe, I think the only one over in Europe that's doing it is Scania. Scania is the only one doing it over in Europe. You know, so let's see if they can get it off. But I can tell you one thing, though, that was a good launch last night that SpaceX had, that Falcon 9. It was cloudy as heck. I only saw it for just a little bit, but it was a really good launch. I could see when the booster came back, and it looked really cool. As far as those poll numbers, I don't believe that mess anyway. I mean, those poll numbers don't mean nothing. And Jeb Bush, if you remember, Q-Ball, what state was Jeb Bush the governor of? And you look at Ron DeSantis, what state is he the governor of? And Jeb Bush didn't get as far as he thought he was going to get. Now, did they?
No, by no means.
They said he was going to be a shoo-in. And Steve, do you remember that debate that they had at the Reagan Library? And Jeb Bush and Donald Trump and all those guys were there at that debate. How many folks did they have running in that race at that time when they had that debate?
Man,
how many of them were there?
Just like 15, 12, a big number.
Ton.
Yeah, ton.
That had to be one of the biggest debates that there ever was. And it was right in front of the old former Air Force One airplane right there at the Reagan Library. And they're showing what is there now? How many folks are actually in the primary race for the Republican side, Steve, right now?
I think they're down to Nikki, Ron DeSantis, Ramaswamy, and Chris Christie, which might as well not be there. I think that's down to the 4. And, of course, Trump.
Yeah. Now, Trump hasn't been in any of the debates, right?
Correct.
He hasn't been in one of the debates.
No.
Okay. He feels that he doesn't need to be in the debates, from what I gather. All right. How many are on the Democratic primary other than Biden?
Boy, I think there's a couple out there, but never heard of. I mean, RFK, I guess, was the most recognizable, but he switched over to the independent.
Yeah. So, case in point, that's why everybody's saying it's going to be against Biden against Trump. Now, that's the way it is. That's what I've been hearing here on the street out here. That's what everybody's saying it's going to be. Now, is that DeSantis and Nikki Haley just filler? Are they, just a filler, to make it look good? You know what I mean?
Yep.
There's a lot of questions about it that the average person that's looking at it is, and to be quite honest, the younger folks today, we've seen it with Biden. It was Biden's win was based on technology. It's a proven fact. If the amount of votes that Biden got was on technology, and he did a good promotions campaign. That's what he did. His promotions were unbelievable, and that's what he got a lot of the younger folk into it. Now, do you think we're going to see that this time around? I don't think so. I don't think so. I really don't. But we'll just have to wait and see how things turn out. But it is what it is. That's pretty much all I got today, buddy. Y'all have a good day, and I appreciate you having me on.
All right, and I did a quick search there because we don't hear about any of the other potential running on the Democrat ticket. From about a month ago, we've got, all right, anybody know who Dean Phillips is? Minnesota Congressman Dean Phillips filed a long shot bid for the nomination in late October after calling on Mr. Biden to step aside for months. Mr. Phillips served in the U.S. House of Representatives since 2019 and represents mostly suburban districts that includes parts of the Minneapolis outskirts. Next, Miriam Williamson, self-help guru, was the first Democrat to jump into the 24 race with a formal campaign launch in March. 70-year-old Williamson is a longtime social justice activist, best-selling author, and former spiritual advisor to Oprah Winfrey, who made her first foray into politics in 2020. Again, never heard of her. Somebody by the name of Cenk, C-E-N-K, Uygur, progressive political commentator, announced he's running for the Democrat nomination on his Young Turks talk show. 53-year-old Uygur founded and has hosted the program since 2002, during which time he's built an outspoken populist persona and often courted controversy with his views. But as his bid for the White House faces one major obstacle, he was born in Turkey, which makes him ineligible under the Constitution to run for office. And that's it. That's all I'm seeing there. That was from the BBC, no less. But any Democrats, have you heard of any of those names? Okay. Morning, Marianne.
Hey, Steve. What's happening, Steve?
Well, it's a new year, and I know you're counting down the days. You say you're going to get to go home maybe on the 10th or 11th, something like that?
Yeah, they told me yesterday that I can get one home on the 11th now.
Okay.
Got them sutures out on the 27th of last month, and that hurt like a son of a gun. Oh man, that really hurt. One day, girl was changing my bandage, and she found one suture, so she kind of got that, and I kind of smarted, and she changed my bandage. But oh man, I'm getting. Some of them put a little too much tape on there, and I'm like, come on, you don't gotta use that much tape. I'm going, yeah, thanks a lot. You use that much tape, really. My poor feet, I swear, them poor feet are like, well, the left one isn't near as bad as the right one. And they're the legs are kind of got fluid and they're swelled, but I still walk. I don't care. I go around anyway.
One step at a time.
I do the hallway.
Right? Yep.
Yeah. I've been doing it. It's, when they were, giving me my IV, they're like, okay. So I sit there until it beeps, and they're like, oh, it's beeping? I said, yeah. Like, unhook me now.
Uh-huh.
I've been so, I feel like I've been doing enough. Somebody on the 25th, I don't know who this was, they brought me this king, like in like the king, like one of those kings that carries silver, like he has a little bag. That when Jesus was born, they I was coming out of the bathroom, and the girl, I said, "Who's that from?" She was more or less saying that she was just delivering it. And I'm going, what the heck? Who left that from me? Who is that? Well, whoever did, that was great of them. That was sweet of them. That was really sweet of them to leave that for me. still have no idea who did that.
So a little gift from the wise men, I guess
idea.
that would be. It's supposed to be one of the wise men, I guess, on Christmas Day.
I guess it is.
Yeah.
I thought it must have been my wise man. I wasn't for sure. I was like, okay, wise man, cool. I catch myself in front of the TV. I'll nod off because usually they wake me up at 5 o'clock in the morning, and I go, "Oh, Steve's gone." Because I'll be like, "Well, oh well." But I've been counting down because I was upset on 24th because I was like, man, I wanted to be at home.
Yeah,
nothing wasn't. I didn't.
Nothing like spending Christmas in the hospital. Yeah, well, so you made it into the new year, Mary Ann, and we're counting down the days till she gets to head home. All right. Hey, get well soon. She's making progress, one step at a time. Hello to Debbie. I see, several hours ago she chimed in. Morning, 30 degrees here in the Hoosier State. Supposed to hit about 36 today. Everybody stay safe out there driving, especially my special driver. And they tell us roads could get a little slick out there today. Hey, we're counting down 282 days till the cruise. Have a terrific Thursday. Thank you much, Debbie. You do the same. And Woodpecker, safe travels out there. Is 844-844-3388. We close out another hour. We'll return after this, hitting the midnight hour on the West Coast, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News. I'm Ryan Daniels. Former President Trump's legal team is appealing a ruling by the Maine Secretary of State that he is ineligible to appear on that state's GOP primary ballot. The appeal filed in Maine's Superior Court, Shenna Bellows says it's been a tough few days dealing with death threats.
I certainly worry about the safety of people that I love, people around me, and people who are charged with protecting me and working alongside me.
While speaking to CNN, Bellows said she intends to, quote, adhere to the process. Republicans and Democrats are criticizing her decision as immigration reform debates are teed up to resume on Capitol Hill in the new year. House Speaker Mike Johnson will visit the U.S.-Mexico border. Immigrant crossings have been at record levels in recent months. This as 4 ports of entry are being reopened today amidst the influx. In D.C., Democrats and Republicans will restart negotiations on border policy changes in exchange for Ukraine funding when Congress returns next week. The president of Harvard University is stepping down amidst controversy. Claudine Gay announced her decision Tuesday. This comes in the wake of allegations against Gay, including plagiarism and an on-campus scandal over anti-Semitism. Gay became the university's first black president in July. The first iteration of Mickey Mouse is now in the public domain. The version of the iconic character which first appeared in the short film Steamboat Willie is now being made available for use by creatives and artists without requiring permission. The copyright on Steamboat Willie expired as 2024 began. A breakthrough in medical science holds the potential to bring an end to acne. Scientists at the University of California, San Diego claim to have developed a vaccine, but it won't hit the market for 5 or so years. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
A new documentary featuring the parents of acquitted child killer Casey Anthony is airing this week. The show, called The Lie Detector Test, will appear on A&E Thursday night. It's in addition to the earlier Peacock docuseries released in 2022 titled Casey Anthony, Where the Truth Lies.
There is a reason Tot Mom Casey Anthony did not take the stand to tell her truth, because she could not weather or undergo or survive an intense cross-examination.
Court TV and HLN host Nancy Grace speaking to Fox News. In the new documentary, Casey Anthony's parents take a lie detector test live on camera and then are faced with each other's answers and results. It's set to air Thursday, 9 p.m. Eastern on A&E. The East Coast prepares for a winter wallop this weekend. Forecasters are saying they expect that storm to bring snow, rain, and wind. Shares in electric vehicle maker Rivian have taken a tumble. The company's shares dropped 10% on Tuesday. Figures show the Illinois-based EV maker built roughly 500 more cars than the number of orders it had to fill in the last quarter. Heading into 2024, we learn there is a declining number of Americans who enjoy drinking beer.
Beer Marketers Insights, which is an industry group, reports a shift in consumer preferences away from beer to other alcoholic beverages. This marks the first time since 1999 that beer shipments are expected to dip below 200 million barrels. I'm Skip Kelly.
I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, performance, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
As we get another hour underway, welcome back, welcome aboard. It's 844-844-3388. On our Wednesday morning program, some of our discussion moved over to discussions about the blackmail. I guess it all started with the talk about who may be on the list there with the Epstein, which nothing really surprising coming out this past day. You're still kind of waiting to see, will that flight list ever be divulged from the Lolita Express? Vic had chimed in about some of the facial recognition technology and things that are being used. He followed up with an email this past day. It covered a couple of topics. But he said, Steve, there was a guy called Benny the Bugman, employed by James Hoffa for various purposes. I can't find any references to him on the research engines right now, but the government had to drop their first case in Vegas against the mob because I believe it was actually initiated by the IRS, who neglected to get a warrant and was surprised to find that Hoffa was wiretapping them. That led to a strange alliance with the CIA and domestic wiretapping. One episode involved the Kennedys and Marilyn Monroe, while the FBI was investigating the Chicago mob and their ties to the Central States Pension Fund. Yet Obama, with all of his ties as Chicago community activist, was supposedly an unknown entity. Hard to believe. There's a lot more to the story, but with the IRS scrutinizing expenses after every corporate convention to detect fraudulent activity, the best Congress could muster was to ban the 3-martini lunch, wives' accompaniment to conventions, and per diem reform. That's why I find it hard to believe the official government that now seeks to prosecute Epstein participants was totally unaware that ring was active. American law was changed so that any American participating in pedophilia anywhere in the world could be prosecuted under American law, even if it was legal in that country. So whatever the motive is now, I'm sure it's not protecting children or crime fighting. Anyway, he went on he said, the airplane I was trying to think of was the AWACS. If the J-Star satellite or its successor parked over the Mideast and AWACS, America has the ability to pinpoint missile and rocket launches. The big question in many people's mind is, how will that information be used to our advantage? And we also talked about more kind of separately, because I just found it ironic. We discussed that the escort services. Somewhere down the line a few months ago, I mentioned, hey, if the phone book still existed, the old yellow pages in D.C., there was a time in D.C. where you go to the escort services. Why are there so many escorts right there in the D.C. area? Well, lo and behold, this past day, Intel officials, the headline is, high-end brothels likely a honeypot scheme. Say what? 6 high-end brothels in the suburbs of Boston and Washington, D.C. were likely set up by a foreign intelligence service in what they call a honeypot scheme to glean U.S. secrets. according to intelligence officials. The officials who spoke with the Daily Mail said the brothels targeted politicians, senior government officials, and defense contractors. While a 41-year-old South Korean woman is accused of masterminding the operation, intel officials say a handful of other countries could actually be behind the scheme, including Russia, China, even Israel. Having the Koreans out front could have been maybe a false flag to give China or another country plausible deniability if the plot unraveled, according to one former CIA senior operations official. The brothels were raided in November. Prosecutors say they plan to charge 28 people in Massachusetts alone. Acting U.S. Attorney for Massachusetts, Joshua Levy, said his office will seek accountability for the buyers who fuel the commercial sex industry. The alleged mastermind, Han Lee, Jung-Myung Lee, 30, and James Lee, 68, all U.S. citizens born in South Korea, were charged with conspiring to coerce and entice women to travel to engage in illegal sexual activity. Now, those defendants with the same last name, Lee, not related. But the clients who paid up to $600 per hour were a veritable who's who. Reportedly included members of Congress, military officers, national security contractors, corporate executives, professors, lawyers, and scientists. So far, none of the clients have been identified or charged. That could soon change. As federal prosecutors announced last month, they're seeking criminal charges. But operating from luxury apartments in the suburbs of D.C., two of the brothels were about a 15-minute drive from the White House, Congress, the Pentagon, and the CIA. Defense contractors, including Lockheed Martin, Boeing, General Dynamics, also populate the surrounding area. The other four brothels, based in Boston, were where defense contractors and top-tier universities like Harvard and MIT abound. Such academic institutions train government and military officials and produce reports for the Pentagon and CIA. The most valuable information in Washington and Boston are government secrets. If you open a prostitution business that caters to wealthy clients in those cities, you'll get a lot of people walking through the doors that have access to them. Would-be clients reportedly had to apply for membership before they could book an appointment and required documentation, including government-issued ID, phone and email contacts, employer information, and credit card records. Without batting an eye, various political, military, and business officials turned the information over. Finding idiots like this would be pure gold for intelligence service running a honeypot. One retired CIA senior operations officer who spoke to the Mail was also shocked. He said, "This is at the level of a Nigerian prince scam." According to the officials, there's only a handful of overseas spy agencies that would have the ability to pull off a complex honeypot scheme and would run the risk of doing so in the United States. The KGB was known to frequently run these schemes during the Cold War. That makes Russia an obvious candidate. The KGB's modern successor agency, the FSB, is also known to employ this tactic. Now, most of the officials who spoke to the Mail suggested China or South Korea are likely suspects. Beijing's influence operations were deemed such a threat that the FBI established a special unit to address the problem in 2019. House Republicans removed Eric Swalwell from California from the Intelligence Committee last year. Allegations over a relationship in the 2010s with a suspected Chinese spy. She fled the U.S. in 2015. Friendly foreign intel services like the Israeli Mossad, a prolific user of honeypots, are also on the list of suspects. calling seduction for national security purposes a blessing. Rabbi Ari Shavat said in 2010 that an unmarried operative should be preferred in honey trap cases. But if there's no other choice, her husband should divorce her and remarry after the fact. Other officials said the South Korean roots of this ring indicate that Seoul's intelligence service may have been involved, pointing to the country's extensive political and commercial stakes in Washington as a motive. Ironically, that we just discussed that last evening, and that's current events there. This just all unfolding as we speak. You really wonder, members of Congress, high-ranking politicians, who's all involved, huh? And that's where, somewhere, there are individuals that have the ability to blackmail. It's 844-844-3388. We'll return in 2.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, Sam, get back to the calls here. Room for you at 844-844-3388. See who we got on the line. See, is it Red?
Red, yeah. How you doing, Steve?
Morning. Happy New Year.
How were your holidays?
Oh,
how were your holidays? You
had a good break there. 10 days
you had a
off.
nice long break.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, we were having Steve withdrawal. we were listening to the reruns. Yeah. So hey, you were talking. Somebody was talking about voting for RFK. I think from what I've seen, most of his policies are aligned with Trump's, except he's a big green nut.
Yeah.
So anybody that votes for RFK, you're going to have to buy an electric truck for sure. That's, years ago, he was quoted as saying, anybody that didn't believe in global warming should be thrown in jail.
Really?
No, I think he's probably mellowed out with age,
Yeah.
somewhat, but, yeah. So anyhow, 5-7 talked about when he lays down to sleep, he feels like he's drowning. That's a big sign of congestive heart failure. And I don't know if he's seen a doctor, but if you have a real bad cold or flu, that could throw you into heart failure, where you get fluid in your lungs. But that's a major sign. I was a critical care nurse for 43 years, and that's what the patients would always say. I couldn't breathe, when I was laying down. I felt like I was drowning. So I just wanted to pass that on.
Wow. Okay.
And I don't think we have to worry about fentanyl killing all our kids because Biden said, "Pretty please, Xi, don't send us any more fentanyl."
Right, yeah, they made that deal out there in San Francisco. Has anything changed? Have they done anything about that? Right.
Yeah. Like as if he'll listen to him, huh?
Yeah.
And you know what? With the Trump on the Epstein's plane, I saw that he was never to the island, and he was never to New Mexico, and he was never at Epstein's apartment. But my husband saw something about it. Trump's plane was broke down, and Epstein offered him to take him down to Mar-a-Lago. I don't know if he was trying to set him up for something, but that's the only reason he was on the flight list.
Interesting.
So that's all I had to say.
Well, yeah.
But I'm glad you're back.
Thank you very much. Hey.
Yeah, you had a well-deserved break. Yeah. Okay. You take care.
Hey, welcome into a new year. Thanks for listening in, Red. Don't be such a stranger. 21 past the hour. At 844-844-3388. Yeah, speaking of the green, go green, the Green New Deal. Yeah, more and more we're finding out all is not pixie dust and unicorn farts in the Green New Deal. This was kind of quite the blow to Biden's green energy plan that just came down the pike this past day. Global energy developers Equinor and BP announced they're canceling the contract for a massive wind project that was slated for construction off the coast of New York. The two companies say they had reached an agreement with the New York State Energy Research and Development Authority to terminate the offshore wind renewable energy certificate for what was known as their Empire Wind No. 2 project. They explained that commercial conditions, namely inflation, interest rates, and supply chain disruptions, prevented their contract for the project from remaining viable. Commercial viability is fundamental for ambitious projects of this size and scale. The Empire Wind 2 decision provides the opportunity to reset and maybe develop a stronger, more robust project going forward. Now, BP is supportive of the leadership and their commitment to offshore wind, which they believe is a critical part of New York State's and America's clean energy future. Offshore wind can deliver reliable, renewable power as well as economic benefits. But the cancellation of the Empire Wind 2 just weeks after the Biden administration formally approved it and its counterpart, Empire Wind No. 1, back in November. The Department of Interior and the Department of Energy have both endorsed the project, while the White House referred to it as a success story of Bidenomics. Is that comical? The success story of Bidenomics, but then the companies come out and say inflation, interest rates, and supply chain, all keys to caused by Bidenomics, is the reason for their cancellation. Together, Empire Wind 1 and 2 were projected to have a total capacity of 2,076 megawatts, enough to power 700 homes per year. Now, the Empire Wind No. 2, the one that was canceled, was going to account for the majority of that, with a capacity of 1,260 megawatts. Department of Energy, Department of Interior, just weeks ago were touting this as, today is the approval of wind projects, adding to the significant progress toward our clean energy goals in this administration. The Department of Interior said, quote, Bidenomics and the president's Investing in America agenda are growing the American economy from the middle out and the bottom up. Not feasible. Okay, it's 25 past the hour. What do we got? Pappy on board. What's going on? Back to work.
Back to work, Steve. Yes, sir. Hey, Steve, it's my understanding Trump kicked Epstein out of Mar-a-Lago for some inappropriate behavior.
Really?
Steve, let me ask you this, man. How come, what do we got, 330 million people in our country? Thereabouts?
Correct.
Not counting the illegals that just crossed. You mean to tell me, Steve, we can't find 500 to 1,000 people that aren't willing to give up their morals or sell themselves out to get blackmailed or sell this country down the tubes all for the almighty dollar? You mean to tell me we can't find 1,000 people? I'm talking about all this, the D.C. swamps and other people that are in the government, appointed to positions or whatnot. And we keep picking the cream of the crop here, don't we? I can tell you one person, Trump. Steve, I'm telling you, if they had anything on this man, they would have dropped a hammer on him a long time ago. They got nothing. Nothing. FBI, CIA, all these three-letter agencies. You talk about a man that's squeaky clean, Steve.
Yeah.
Because you know they were trying to dig up anything and everything on him.
And when they couldn't find it, nothing. They had to manufacture or create false narratives to make him look bad.
Yes, sir. That's the weaponized DOJ we have now.
Well, I mean, I heard in one of the news reports last night that in the event, which the full expectation is he's going to get the Republican nomination, but when he does, who was it? Some Republican in the administration said all these three-letter agencies will go into overdrive. I mean, you mean to tell me after 7, 8 years that they haven't been? What more can they do to try to bring him down?
Fabricate.
Try
to pay somebody, Steve. They do that a lot too. Come on, man, we'll pay you to claim that you were raped back in 1999.
Oh, that's already been done. I mean, how many of those cases have already come and gone, right? Well, yeah, hang on there. We'll have to pause. Yeah, fabricate. We'll just make something up. It's 844-844-3388. Plenty of room for you on a Thursday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Life on the road is tough, but the Big Rig mattress is tougher. With 15 years of industry-leading technology, our hybrid mattresses with this individual pocketed spring core is the best on the market. Road tested for millions of miles, it is the last mattress you'll buy for your truck. We're so confident that's why our spring support core is guaranteed for 10 years. Most sizes ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes are also available. When you get tired of waking up with sore, achy muscles, visit thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Rest assured, with the Big Rig Mattress, we've got your back.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
What do you think will come of it? Anything? Nothing? The House Homeland Security Committee is moving forward with impeachment of Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. Proceedings scheduled to start January the 10th. Homeland Security Committee Chair Mark Green said last month at the conclusion of the panel's probe that it's provided House Republicans with enough evidence to impeach the secretary. Green accusing Mayorkas of misusing taxpayer funds and intentionally ignoring border security measures. He says, quote, "Our investigation made clear this crisis finds its foundation in Secretary Mayorkas, his decision-making, refusal to enforce the laws passed by Congress, and that his failure to fulfill his oath of office demands accountability." the bipartisan House vote in November to refer articles of impeachment to my committee only served to highlight the importance of our taking up the impeachment process, which will begin next Wednesday. There's been, we know, the surge of migrants, Customs and Border Protection, 10,000 crossings in a given day on numerous occasions last month. Now, back in November, Mayorkas narrowly escaped impeachment as moderate Republicans broke from the party and referred that inquiry to the committee instead of holding an up or down vote. Now, there have been multiple presidential and judicial impeachment proceedings of presidents and judges in recent decades. This would be the first impeachment of a cabinet secretary since Secretary of War William Belknap in 1876. The procedure is basically the same, with a majority of the House needed to vote against him in order to send it to the Senate, which would then hold a trial with 2/3 of senators needing to vote to convict to remove him from office. Now, depending on what those so-called, quote, moderate Republicans in the House do, is there any chance in hell of 2/3 of senators voting to remove the guy? Homeland Security spokesperson says that the Republican House has no valid basis for the impeachment of Mayorkas. They're wasting valuable time and taxpayer dollars pursuing a baseless political exercise. Okay. And so, the Senate, a 2/3 vote, of course, in the Senate. Welcome back, Pappy.
Steve, we can't have the Republicans try to put a damper on their war plans to take over this country. You can't have that. They ain't going to impeach this man. Tell me if I'm wrong. I heard 300,000 came across the border in December.
That is correct. 302.
Steve, that's about, what, 4 million a year?
Mm-hmm.
On the average. So if we maintain that rate, in 3 years, they're saying 8 to 10, that would definitely be 12 to 15. We're not even talking about the gotaways.
And when you include the gotaways, right now they're saying the number there was a representative day before yesterday that said we're 10 million in under Joe Biden. 10 million.
Steve, think of this, 300,000 in a month. That is 3 college football stadiums filled to the brim. Standing room only. It's crazy, man.
Well, Sundance said he ain't seeing them anywhere. I ain't seeing them. I don't know where they at. I don't know.
Just turn on the TV, man.
Yeah. Hey, you got the
Nikki
the
Haley.
footage, the convoys every single morning. I mean, there's numerous YouTube channels that every morning they're out there before the sun comes up, and they're live streaming the lines that build up, and when they open the gates and they start, all right, the line starts coming in.
Time to get on Rumble and check out Stephen K. Bannon on the War Room. He's got journalists, real journalists, implanted down there, Steve, marching with these people. Yeah, just turn that on. Tell me there's nobody. Hey, real quick, Nikki Haley, man, Steve. This is the problem. We've got to stop voting in candidates like this. She ain't nothing but a rhino or a busho, whatever you want to call her.
Establishment.
She's just part of the SWAT, man. Part of the establishment. Definitely got the support of the military-industrial complex, let's say. And JFK, Steve, yeah, he came out against the jab, the vaccine, against Fauci and all that. That's one thing. Steve, he's a liberal, man. Don't. I remember there was talks over the summer, and JFK was coming out. There's a couple people thinking, well, maybe Trump should pick him to run as vice president.
Right.
Man, don't let these people pull the wool over your eyes, Steve. He's a liberal to and through. Man, that's about all I got, Steve. Listen, man, you know, unfortunately, we got these buffoons trying to run our country, doing a pretty good job of running it into the ground. You know, it takes a couple months to build a house, Steve, but that house can burn down in a couple hours. But so we got to be careful. If we had different people in different positions, I'd probably be more, I don't want to say pounding the war drum, but daggone it, I'm telling you right now, Steve, if that Iranian warship over there does anything aggressive towards our Navy, I'm telling you right now, we better put that thing in the bottom of the water. We could not, I mean, how many times are you going to stand there and get punched in the face until you get punched back? Them little dinghies that they shot down, Steve, listen, the Navy, man, has these pirates number. You know for a fact. There's a guy that works with me. When he was deployed, that was one of his responsibilities, was hunting down them pirates down there at the south coast of South Africa, the Somali pirates. That's what his job was. There ain't nothing for one of our little helicopters, you know, to spray them with some 20-millimeter mics, take them little crafts out. That's what we should be doing. I think of what they took 4 of them out, from what I hear, that tried to attack that tanker. Yeah, man, free lanes here, Steve. I mean, we need to get in there, and unfortunately, somebody made the comment earlier, and I think they're correct. These other countries, these other nations, are not sure, man, about the United States. They scratch their head. Our word don't mean nothing anymore. But we should be patrolling, giving support to these ships trying to get through there. And anyone that attacks any of them vessels should be sunk. That's my opinion. If we had the right people in the positions, Steve, I'm telling you what, man. I think I'd make a phone call over there to Iran and tell them, listen, man, you guys are pushing your luck. Pushing your luck big time. Did you hear about them bombs that went off in Tehran today?
Yes, I did.
I guess it's the anniversary of
Soleimani, the guy that was the guy that was taken out by Trump by a drone under the Trump administration. They were all gathered, I guess, at his gravesite or something, to mark the anniversary of his death. And there must have been some pretty big booms. 100 dead, 140 some injured.
Yeah. So who's behind that?
That's a good question. I was wondering the same.
Well, Steve, I mean, things that make you go, right? Is it maybe Israel? United States? I don't know. It ain't the United States. Biden ain't got the balls to do something. Steve, this might be inside Iran, man. These people might be having enough of their government trying to get them into a world war.
Yeah.
Just saying. Don't know. Nobody's taking credit for it, and they're not making any claims yet on who was responsible. So, hey, that's all I got, man. Got to get off of here, do a couple more things.
All right.
Towards
it's
home 20.
It's almost quitting time, right?
But, everybody stay safe.
Gotcha. Thank you, Pappy. Yeah, but the turmoil there in the Red Sea, we know that Maersk had paused for 48 hours, and they announced an indefinite pause and putting their vessels potentially in harm's way for the foreseeable future. So we're diverting a lot of ships. I think there's 180-some ships now making the diverted trip down across the Horn of Africa, adding weeks of transit time and up to $1 million in additional fuel cost, and that's definitely impacting the cost of shipping. And when might we see that reflected here? It's going to hit the consumers. FreightWaves sharing the White House warning that the potential for higher shipping costs to affect our economy amid the diversion of ships from the Red Sea depends on how long the Houthi rebels sustain their attacks on commercial vessels. If we weren't concerned, we wouldn't have stood up an operation in the Red Sea, now consisting of more than 20 nations to try and protect that commerce, was the statement from John Kirby at a press conference this past day. This so-called U.S.-led force, Operation Prosperity Guardian, ships trying to protect shipping interest out there. The Red Sea is a vital waterway, a significant amount of global trade flowing through it. By forcing nations to go around the Cape of Good Hope, you're adding weeks and weeks to voyages. Untold resources and expensive have to be applied to do that. So obviously there's a concern about the impact on global trade. Asked if those impacts will become a pocketbook issue for us, Kirby said the administration's not yet seen that, yet. It would depend on how long this threat goes and how much more energetic the Houthis think they might become. Right now, we haven't seen an uptick or a specific effect on the U.S. economy. Make no mistake, though, this is a key international waterway. Countries more and more are becoming aware of the increasing threat to the free flow of commerce. Now, is it the White House to announce a multinational ultimatum directed at rebel attackers and condemning recent attacks on commercial shipping in the Red Sea? Along with the U.S., there were 12 other countries that were, signed on to that ultimatum. The joint statement says that these actions directly threaten freedom of navigation and global trade, and they put innocent lives at risks. We are resolved against these unlawful attacks, and this underlines our commitment to holding maligned actors accountable. Yeah, close to 15% worldwide maritime trade goes through the Red Sea. 8% of global grain trade, 12% of seaborne traded oil, 8% of the world's liquefied natural gas, rerouting around the Cape of Good Hope imperils the movement of critical food, fuel, and humanitarian assistance around the world. As I mentioned a few moments ago, Maersk announced on Tuesday they have suspended Red Sea transits indefinitely and rerouting ships around the Cape of Good Hope. after the latest attacks that took place over the New Year's weekend. 3 major maritime shipping groups, the World Shipping Council, International Chamber of Shipping, and BIMCO, praising this 13-country condemnation of the attacks. Whether that's going to do anything to stop the Houthis, I kind of doubt it. The one thing that might stop them if more and more of them that head out on their boats end up in the bottom of the Red Sea, as I believe 3 of those boats did over the weekend. In addition to the U.S., who all signed on to this statement? Australia, Bahrain, Belgium, Canada, Denmark, Germany, Italy, Japan, Netherlands, New Zealand, Singapore, and the UK.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Of course, leading up to the holidays, we had talked prior to Christmas, actually going all the way back to Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving to Christmas to New Year, the amount of cargo theft that occurs out there around the country. Bad guys know that on the holidays, there's going to be a lot of freight sitting just waiting for the pickings. One incident, we can confirm, almost $400,000 worth of tequila is missing after the shipment was hijacked somewhere en route to North Carolina. According to officials for the spirits company Daytune Distributors, the Wilmington, North Carolina-based company issued a news release that the cargo thieves sold 19,000 bottles of tequila sometime after the shipment arrived in the U.S. from Mexico. According to the report from WRAL, the stolen goods was Hacienda Cacton Tequila. Or is it Chacton? Hacienda Chacton Tequila. Where this was the company's first shipments of its new tequila line from the production facility in Jalisco, Mexico. Via a subsidiary Blue Shark Vodka, they were preparing to launch this tequila to retail outlets around the country here in the month of January. Daytune Distributors is a veteran-owned and operated business. We've not yet begun to fight. According to the legal counsel, we are exploring alternative distribution channels to get this particular brand of tequila into the hands of our customers as soon as possible. But they believe cargo thieves infiltrated the company's logistics network after the shipment crossed the U.S.-Mexico border several days before Christmas. A logistics team was working with a trucking company to deliver the load from Mexico to Wilmington, North Carolina. The chair of Daytune Distributors said, "I'm shocked and disgusted They put a ding in this, but we'll be back. Now, a logistics team was receiving updates on the shipment as it was allegedly headed to North Carolina, but the updates and the truck driver turned out to be fictional. So it really wasn't on the way. It's just police and federal authorities believe the shipment actually ended up somewhere in California. So 19,000 bottles of tequila, that would fetch a pretty penny, especially this is, I guess, some special super-duper blend of tequila coming out of Mexico. And tequila that of this type or something can only come out of the regions where the actual blue agave is grown in Mexico. It's got to be the real deal kind of stuff. All right, quickly, Horse Feathers is going to chime in. Hang in there through the news break. What do you say? About what he forgot what he, in the first call. First guy never did mention the construction zone accident there in Baltimore. And he said apparently he's got an update. All right, so we'll get that here in a matter of minutes. Otherwise, this past day, multiple state capitals on Wednesday morning were under evacuations or lockdowns as police investigated, but no evidence of dangerous items were immediately found. Apparently, there was a spat of false reports of shootings at the homes of public officials we've seen in recent days. Connecticut, Georgia, Kentucky, Michigan, Mississippi, Montana, among the states that actually evacuated their capitals this past day. Lawmakers in Kentucky and Mississippi have actually begun meeting in legislative session. Kentucky Governor Beshear said that the capital was evacuated while state police investigated a threat received by the Secretary of State's office. Everybody was safe. Officials were aware of similar threats made to other offices all over the country. That threat was received as Kentucky lawmakers were meeting in the Capitol Annex for ethics training this past day. Public safety officials locked down the Mississippi Capitol as well with a bomb threat on their second day of legislative action there.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. Former President Trump is appealing a ruling by Maine's Secretary of State to remove his name from the Republican primary ballot. In the appeal, Trump called Secretary of State Shenna Bellows a biased decision maker and claimed she did not have the legal authority to declare him ineligible. Bellows tells CNN she remains focused on the process, even amidst some violent threats.
Regardless, my considerations in this proceeding is to adhere to the process.
Republicans and Democrats are criticizing her decision, insisting it sets the wrong precedent for other states. Gas prices are falling as we enter the new year. According to AAA, the national average price for regular unleaded is $3.09 a gallon. That's 1 cent lower than Tuesday's average. The low price leader is Texas, where the statewide average is down a penny, $2.64 a gallon. A senior Hamas leader is dead, following what many say was an Israeli drone strike in a suburb of Beirut. The attack killed the group's top deputy along with 6 others. Israel has not claimed responsibility for the attack, but the New York Times reports senior U.S. officials confirmed Israel was behind the strike. It's the first launch of the new year for SpaceX.
3, 2, 1, ignition. And liftoff of
a Falcon 9 rocket was launched Tuesday night from California's Vandenberg Space Force Base, sending 21 Starlink satellites into orbit. And the U.S. national debt has topped $34 trillion for the first time ever. New data from the Treasury Department showed the national debt reached an historic high on Friday afternoon. That figure is expected to nearly double in size over the next 30 years. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
The East Coast is preparing for a winter wallop this weekend. Forecasters say they expect a storm to bring snow, rain, and wind. They don't yet know how much snow, especially for areas near the I-95 corridor. But things should begin deteriorating by Friday, and the storm should begin dissipating late on Sunday. On the same evening that CNN is organizing a Republican primary debate in Iowa, former President Trump is set to participate in a town hall event hosted by Fox News in Des Moines on January 10th. This event comes shortly before the Iowa caucuses. Notably, Trump, who has consistently held a substantial lead over his GOP opponents, has abstained from participating in prior Republican primary debates. Good thing it's not the season for the McRib. The Ohio State Highway Patrol had to round up a culprit on the loose this past Thursday. The escapee was not a criminal, though, just a wayward pig. The oinking pig ended up walking through a McDonald's drive-thru where it avoided capture by its owner and the police, but was eventually taken into custody. A woman who became famous for her plot to kill her mother in an ordeal which turned into a hit Hulu show is speaking out for the first time since her release from prison. 32-year-old Gypsy Rose Blanchard posted a video to TikTok, promoted an upcoming docuseries called The Prison Confessions of Gypsy Rose Blanchard. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And just like that, we'll get that final hour underway. Yes, indeed, Friday Eve, we'll call it. Under the industry headlines this past day, out of the Sunshine State, a Florida agency's request for an exemption from a portion of the CDL skills test regulation. Getting some mixed responses. Last month, the FMCSA published an exemption request from the Florida Department of Highway Safety and Motor Vehicles regarding the test order. Now, the regulations require that the 3-part CDL skills test be administered and successfully completed in the following order. Number 1, pre-trip inspection, followed by basic vehicle control skills, and then on-road skills. The Florida agency wants the FMCSA to grant the tester the ability to continue testing an applicant who fails the pre-trip inspection or basic vehicle control segment, and to allow the applicant to come back at a latter date to retake the failed segments. They opened up a 30-day comment period, which will actually be ending today, Thursday, January the 4th. Yeah, several dozen comments have been filed through the regulations.gov website. The National Tank Truck Carriers told FMCSA that they should grant the Florida agency's request. They say by allowing applicants to only retest failed portions, that there's going to be an increase in efficiency of the CDL credentialing process. Therefore, testers will have to devote less time and resources to areas where the drivers have already demonstrated their competency. All right. Others using claims of a driver shortage to justify the exemption. Everybody uses that. Of course, the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association long refuting that claim of a driver shortage. Now, we review the evidence for a shortage and find it unconvincing. This was the latest study from the University of Minnesota, indicating there's not a driver shortage. We also review empirical evidence that long-distance truckload has been persistently high turnover since the mid-1980s. Several commenters did raise safety concerns about this exemption request. I'll share a couple of them here. So Florida's saying that it's okay not to know how to properly check and maintain your vehicle first before seeing if you can drive there and back. Truck driver Gary Adler said the FMCSA needs to be focused on improving the quality of new CDL holders, not the other way around. He says, as a truck driver, owner-operator for 50 years, my concern is that new drivers are already being put into service before they're ready. If they can't pass the pre-trip inspection part of the course, how will they be able to operate a Class 8 vehicle safely? The first step to safely operating this equipment is knowing it's ready for the road. Let's stick to the basics and not cutting corners. So you can't pass the pre-trip. Don't know how to do the pre-trip. So you essentially you may or may not be putting safe equipment on the road. That doesn't sound reasonable to me. Horse Feathers, hey there.
Yeah. When you fail the first part, just jump to the next part, fail that, and when you fail that, then jump to the third part, get in the seat of the truck, and drive it down the road.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense.
You fail, you're done. You come back, try again. When you pass the first part, then we'll go to part 2, and when you pass part 1 and 2, then we can go to part 3. Anyway, so one quick thing before I get to my thing. I heard on one of the news things there that one of the pharmaceutical companies has come out with a vaccination for acne. In case you get a pimple on your skin. I know some people have it bad and there's conditions that really need treatment. So I'm not making fun. But 5 years, Your Honor, it's going to take them 5 years to get it on the market. Now, every time they come up with a new COVID thing, well, it's ready within what, like 3 weeks or something?
Yeah. What are they? Why is it taking 5 years? Are they having to actually go through some trials and tests to make sure that it's safe? Huh.
Exactly. Yeah. But, I kind of understood the first vaccination. They kind of pushed through, try to do something to make it, possibly be helpful. But all these other ones, for all these other, after the, all these other types of COVID that keep coming out there, we just boosters. Keep pushing new vaccination, no problem. As soon as the new COVID comes, we got a new vaccination. We got a new vaccination for the next one. We haven't even figured out what the next COVID is yet, but we already got the vaccination for it. Huh? All right, whatever. I'm being mean to them, but I think they deserve it. So anyways, pretty sad news out of Baltimore. So you remember back, I guess it had to be spring. I don't even know if it was summertime because this construction project just got started today on the Baltimore Beltway. They were doing a drainage project, and these two vehicles that were doing in excess of 100 miles an hour, and I still don't know if they knew each other before the situation happened, or if one decided since one was going 100 miles an hour, the other one should be able to go 100 miles an hour as well. And so it was a younger guy and an older woman, and the older woman clipped the younger guy, and she flipped her car over on top of the construction zone and killed 6 construction workers. Should I say killed, or should I say murdered? Pretty much murdered at that point, because, you're egregiously driving your vehicle recklessly and everything else. And so anyways, I guess murdered six construction workers. So the guy is the one that was driving straight and got clipped, and the woman was the one that's cars turned and went into the construction zone and over the Jersey wall or through the opening and ended up on. So anyways, I guess he got some deal. He pled some deal. Do you know what his sentence is, Your Honor, for being involved with murdering 6 construction workers? 18 months. 18 months, Your Honor.
Wow.
How's that work? You're the judge. Tell me how does that sentence 3 months per victim? How does that even register as being, punishment suitable for the crime? So I don't know. You can probably look it up. There's probably a lot more. You can read a lot more out and know a lot more than what I do, because I got the highlight from the wife there. She kind of gave me the the Cliff Notes version of it there.
I wonder if they're just giving him partial responsibility. Is he the one that actually caused the accident? Obviously doing 100 miles per hour was...
Well, yeah, so, I don't know I don't remember the reason, if they ever even said the reason why they were going that speed. I don't know if the two decided to race, because it was, as I say, it was a younger guy and an older woman. And of course, when they went looking for her, she was already in California or Hawaii or somewhere else. When they tried to arrest her, she was already gone from Baltimore, and they had to get her brought back. And so I don't know the reason, but as I say, when they showed the video, because there was actually video footage of the accident happening, it was the woman's car that clipped this guy's car, but I don't know if there was, any type of animosity before that caused road rage, and that was causing them to go down the road at that pace, or what the reason was, and whether he was trying to hold her from passing and getting in, changing lanes that caused her to hit him. There's a lot more investigation out there that hasn't, as always, the general public never knows the whole story, it never comes out to us. So it's kind of hard for us to judge, but I still think 18 months for being involved in an incident of that sort. And the thing is and I didn't hear if there was any report if he was going to be, not eligible to have a driver's license, but even if he's not able to have a driver's license, do you know how many people are out there driving on suspended licenses or not eligible to have a driver's license that are out there anyways driving? So that's not going to ever stop him from driving again. So if they did do that, and I don't even know if that was part of it or not. So, but anyways, as I say, pretty sad news, so all I know is that I am glad I'm not a family member of one of those construction workers, because I can only imagine that they might be wanting to talk to a guy that knows a guy. But that's and I don't know. And the other thing I don't know is he's been locked up for a little bit, so I don't know if the time served that he's already done, if that gets, part of that 18 months is already comes off of that, or if he has to serve 18 months from the time of sentencing. So, but as I say, maybe you can find a little more there on the great wide world web there. But yeah, I just wanted to enlighten the world of what's going on. And so I don't know what the trial is for the woman. That'll be the next thing to try to come along and see. But with all that happening, that whole construction project got put on hold. That everything that they had torn off has been sitting there idle ever since that accident. There's been absolutely nothing happened with that. And here we are going into winter, and they got a full construction zone project that's wide open in the middle of the road. So it ought to be a fun winter. Maybe we'll have another winter like last winter there. We had, half an inch of snow for the whole winter.
Yep.
And our prediction, what'd you say our prediction was? Anywhere from one or none to 85 inches?
0 to 85,
I guess we'll see what happens by Monday. Yeah. So, all right, Your Honor, we'll let you go with that. And your due diligence. You got another 40 minutes. You're not getting off that easy.
We
you got
ain't
40
done
more
yet.
minutes.
That's right. Well, since you brought up the whole vaccine thing, I did have a little scenario to share where Florida's Surgeon General, Dr. Joseph Ladapo, is advocating a stoppage in the use of mRNA vaccines, the COVID vaccine. I am calling for a halt to the use of mRNA COVID vaccines. In a statement this past day, the Food and Drug Administration and the CDC have always played it fast and loose with COVID vaccine safety, but their failure to test for DNA integration with the human genome, as their own guidelines dictate, when the vaccines are known to be contaminated with foreign DNA, is intolerable. Now, it was back in May of last year, a letter to the FDA commissioner and then the CDA director. He declared your ongoing decision to ignore many of the risks associated with mRNA COVID-19 vaccines, alongside your efforts to manipulate the public into thinking they are harmless, have resulted in deep distrust in the American healthcare system. Then, last month, in December of last year, a letter to Califf and the CDC director, Mandy Cohen now, he raised the issue of DNA fragments in the vaccines. In addition to my previous letter, I am writing to you to address the recent discovery of host cell DNA fragments within the Pfizer and Moderna COVID mRNA vaccines, he wrote. But in a letter of response later last month, the director of the FDA's Center for Biologics Evaluation said, The agency is confident in the quality, safety, and effectiveness of the COVID vaccine. And with over 1 billion doses administered, no safety concerns related to residual DNA have been identified. Marks wrote that it's quite implausible that the residual small DNA fragments located in the cytosol could find their way into the nucleus through the nuclear membrane present in intact cells and then be incorporated into chromosomal DNA. Lopatto is calling for a halt in mRNA COVID vaccine uses. He explains DNA integration poses a unique and elevated risk to human health and to the integrity of the human genome, including the risk that DNA integrated into sperm or egg gametes could be passed on to offspring of COVID recipients, vaccine recipients, that would be. If the risks of DNA integration have not been addressed, or assessed, I should say, for the mRNA vaccines, these vaccines are not appropriate for use in human beings. According to a Florida Department of Health press release, providers concerned about patient health risks associated with COVID-19 should prioritize patient access to non-mRNA vaccines and treatment. All I know is we've been saying since the first vaccine ever rolled out, it's going to be years before we ultimately know the truths, the pros, the cons, the truth about what the ultimate impacts on the human body these things are going to be. It's been and continues to be a big test on the American public. Guinea pigs would be my term.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
What do you say? Back at it. Back to the phones we go. Eagle I know you wanted to chime in a bit about college football. Welcome back, Eagle. Hey, Eagle. Hey. Eagle, you dozed off on us. It's only been 10 minutes. Okay. All right. I guess he's got to get some rest sometime. We're just a couple minutes from news break anyway, so So jump on in at 844-844-3388. Looks like Scarecrow's on board. You learn something new every day, right? Or so they say. You try, anyway. In case you're just learning that Lexus is owned by Toyota, you're not alone. Many people seem to think Lexus is a standalone automaker from Japan. And that's no accident, apparently. Toyota Motor Corporation, the parent company of Lexus, does very little to advertise to customers that they're from the same company, as they try to maintain a separate image for the audience out there that are attracted to either of the companies. Many Lexus dealerships will openly say that Lexus is owned by Toyota, but there's key differences that justify the higher price tag that comes with the luxurious Lexus banding. While the engines are the same, with many models having different versions from the latter company. For example, the GX460 being the Lexus version of the Toyota 4Runner, or the LS300 being the Lexus version of the Camry. They are different in key areas. The styling differences between Toyota and Lexus products is pretty different. Lexus, their vehicles tend to have sharper accenting, smoother curves on the body to appeal to those who enjoy that stylish yet sporty aesthetic. Toyota leans toward the more blocky, rugged look. Now, Toyota has pickup trucks like the Tacoma and the full-size Tundra. Lexus does not. Their lineup is primarily SUVs, full-size sedans, smaller and sportier coupes. In recent years, though, the pricing of Lexus versus Toyota models aren't all that different. The Toyota Land Cruiser being a six-figure vehicle, along with the Lexus variant, for example. Toyota's lineup is slightly less expensive. Lexus, established in the early 80s, not long after Honda launched their own luxury division in the Acura. Nissan also launched their competitive luxury brand, Infiniti, to capitalize on the growing American market for reliable, comfortable, more stylish Japanese models. But since Toyota and Lexus come from the same place and oftentimes even manufactured at the same places, assembled with the same parts, they're both incredibly reliable brands. Scion was another company that was owned by the Toyota Motor Corporation, but they discontinued in 2016. They were kind of famous for that ugly, boxy, the Cube, the Scion XB. But J.D. Power has said both have won awards for reliability, Lexus being recognized for having the least problems reported per 100 vehicles manufactured. For years, we've talked about those foreign automakers. For some reason, as the American auto, the Fords, the Chevys, continuing to contend with the high recall numbers. I think we shared last week Ford. Ford was one of the worst with recalls. But I digress. News break time. It's 29 past the hour. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OVERNIGHTDRIVE at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
Life on the road is tough, but the Big Rig mattress is tougher. With 15 years of industry-leading technology, our hybrid mattresses with this individual pocketed spring core is the best on the market. Road tested for millions of miles, it is the last mattress you'll buy for your truck. We are so confident that's why our spring support core is guaranteed for 10 years. Most sizes ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes are also available. When you get tired of waking up with sore, achy muscles, visit thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Rest assured, with the Big Rig Mattress, we've got your back.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com.
Well, not sure about your part of the country, but I can't say in my region, I ain't going to see a thing. But there is actually supposed to be a meteor shower peaking here in the coming hours this morning. Supposedly, according to Science and Nature, Mother Nature will be providing her own fireworks show this morning, which is known as the Quadratid Meteor Shower. supposed to peak about 4 a.m. Eastern, so like this hour on the morning of January 4th. Here's what you need to know. What do we have? As the Earth moves through the debris trail of a comet or asteroid on its orbit around the sun, those little bits of dust and rock collide with the atmosphere. Fortunately for us, most of these pieces burn up in the atmosphere, and that's what produces the shooting star. And the quadrantids occur when we're encountering the debris trail of the asteroid known as 2003 EH1, according to NASA. At its peak, expected to produce about 130 meteors per hour. All right. The quadrantids run from December 26th to January 16th, but the peak is exceptionally brief. I mean, literally just a few hours, they say. With the peak anticipated to be occurring this hour, the number of meteors ramping up in the hours leading up to the peak and then waning in the hours after. The best time to see them, between probably like now and dawn into this morning. So if you got the clear skies, maybe you're out there. This is not one that's known to produce a whole lot of the great, what do you call it? Most of them are the fast-moving, they quickly burn up. You blink of an eye, you got to catch them. Meanwhile, traveling in the state of Ohio, if you frequent some of the rest areas, you're going to have less opportunities, as the DOT will be shuttering several rest area locations this week to allow for demolition and construction. Starting Thursday, I guess this is next week, Thursday, January 11th, 1 week from today, Ohio DOT will close the rest area on US 23 in Wyandotte County and US 30 in Van Wert County for total rebuilds. The Wyandotte County rest area, US 23, are for the northbound rest areas located near the village of Cary, the 20.5-mile marker. Southbound rest area near the city of Upper Sandusky at the 17-mile marker. The Van Wert County rest area is to be closed, located on US 30 near the village of Convoy. They say these rest areas will be closed until next year, 2025. They expect larger numbers of commercial vehicles to park on entrance and exit ramps during this year-long rest area closure. That's what the officials say. So we don't anticipate any issues with the expected increase in trucks parked along ramps, but it is something to be aware of as a passing motorist. They say the nearest open rest area on 23 would be for those just to the south of the city of Marion, and on US 30, those to the east in Allen County, near State Route 65 north of Lima, Ohio. There are several other rest areas that are already under the complete rebuild projects at this point in time. Scarecrow, hey there, good morning.
Good morning, Stephen. Hey, you're talking about Lexus there. I thought for certain you was going to bring up talking about Alexa.
Oh.
Well, apparently in our aging years, our youngest, he felt or feels like walking over to a wall switch to turn on a floor lamp or such is too much effort for his elderly parents, I guess that's what you'd have to say. So in the technology world, now we holler at Alexa to turn the lights on in the house and play music and anything else that gets tied in with the old girl there.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I guess life would have went on without it, but I've shared before, them boys, they want us, they want the tech world in our household big time, and I've shared my love for the Nest thermostat in the past. Well, it's still not working, and even after Junior fought with the thing for a half hour over the Christmas break, still not working proper. So we have that. Then let's see, in the category of like minds think alike. Can you hear me, Horse Feathers? See that whole prescription thing, and I'm wondering how many others out there in Lister land, when I first heard that report this morning, why even bother suggesting that they have this prescription? That's 5 years out at best. And yeah, I thought that very same thing too about the COVID vaccinations and such. Yeah, I mean, you think of the literally thousands, hundreds of thousands of teens out there across the country that would jump at that opportunity to have that vaccine in such way or give it a chance at it. I say, why lead on with 5 years? A lot is going to happen in the next 5 years, man. Oh, I had my doubts about the program to start with at the top of I guess at 12 o'clock for you. I was hearing the same news report that was running last night, during last night's program, and Steve is leading up to a 4-day weekend. I see it coming here, but no, I guess it was just a teaser there. And yeah, so we got to live and not Memorex. Thank you very much. Where else are we gonna go? We got so many directions we can take you at the moment here. Well, at the risk of digging my own hole and opening myself up for a DA of the Week nomination there, Steve. You'd mentioned the anniversary of the January 6th debacle.
Right, yeah. You get your order in for that board game yet? $65.
Oh, yeah. Well, I do know a couple individuals that would probably jump all over it. They seem to see different politics compared to their old man, but somebody is fishing there for certain. But I think we'll wait to see the reviews on it before we jump on something like that. But no, I was thinking real fast on it. I thought, anniversary already? And then it hit me, wait a minute. And I was in the mindset, the 1 year anniversary, Steve. I thought, come on, the sensation has been hanging over our heads for a couple, 3 years. And then it finally come to dawn on me, wait a minute here. It has been hanging over our heads for 2 or 3 years there, Wade. So yeah, I'm glad I did not lead into it with the true 1 year anniversary from my perspective.
Right.
So yeah, you'll have to decide if you want to put me in that category for the week. Maybe we'll be able to make up for it the next program or such. But thinking about 5-7, he touched on something I've thought about literally for years. Ever since our presidents went over to the sand over there, identifying, the good guys from the bad guys when they all look the same. How the heck can you avoid shooting, killing the innocent, and that's got to be a true crapshoot, to be involved with ID and such over there. But I can verify and attest to how you can be led astray and not know which way to go in that vein, Steve. And this is maybe a couple of years back too, but in our local Menards, I was walking down the aisle, and another individual comes out of a side aisle and walking towards me, and I could sense that he's looking right at me. And what in the world? I mean, tall, slender fella, about 8-10 inch beard going, dark olive-colored skin.
Mm-hmm.
He had a stocking cap on that kind of looked like a towel or whatnot. And I'm getting rather uneasy about this, okay, I'm profiling. I'll admit that. Well, we all but bumped into each other, and Steve, I worked with the guy for about 10 years. trucking company that closed its doors, and this was 20 years back. That's about how long it's been since I've seen the guy, and he recognized me, coming at me, and that's why he was staring at me.
Wow.
Steve, he was a dead ringer, for a Middle Eastern, from any one of them, Afghanistan or, I would have never known, had he not, caught my attention there. But no, so thinking about how easy I was distracted and led astray, so to speak, I can't imagine how tough it is, to be at death's door, so to speak, and have to make that decision. No, that's a tough call there for certain. Oh, let's see, Wisconsin, we've turned back the hands of time, Steve. Once again, new drivers are required to take a road test to get their driver's license. So I'd shared a few weeks back how one of my sisters-in-law was telling me how during the COVID, new drivers did not have to take a driver's test. I all but called her a liar at the time, but she brought it up on her phone, and sure enough, but the report last night was the kids got to have, I think they got to have like 50 hours of hands-on driver training before they can take this road test. And prior to this, all it took was your parent's signature to
correct
to say that you had this, and they were given their driver's license. So now there's probably going to be a few youngsters, newbies that are going to say, well, it's not fair that we have to take a road test. And, those 3 years prior didn't have to, but so yeah, they're back in the real world here.
So it took him all this time. It took him that amount of time because, realistically, the COVID thing, it's technically it's still out there, but the hype has been over for a year and a half, and they were still not making young drivers, 15, 16-year-olds, actually take a I understood way back early in the COVID, the officer or whatever didn't want to get in the car with somebody for fear of getting COVID. That was what that was all about.
Oh, sure. And as I say, that's the first I've heard about it. So I don't know if that took place, it took effect, shortly after COVID got its steamrolling effect going, but it was only on January 1st it officially reverted back to original process. But anyway, Steve, I've got a story about the good, the bad, and the ugly. And it's no fiction, it's fact here. Now, we're going to talk about business, corporate America, and unions. Now them's probably fighting words right from the start here. And it can go good either way. The employer can be taking advantage of the employee, and vice versa. The union backing, they can just totally rule the employer and run them into the ground. Well, speaking to a particular individual over the weekend, Steve, he had a crew working over the holiday to compensate for a couple disgruntled employees who took it upon themselves to disable some machinery in the manufacturing process that for some equipment that has a deadline to meet. And Steve, I don't know if it was the electrical lines or what exactly they disabled. Well, and this is caught on camera. This is caught on security, footage and whatnot too. Now, the union is going to back these two individuals. They disabled the equipment, walked off the job, and given this deadline, this is a heavy piece of equipment. Mm-hmm. It cost nearly $70,000 for a heavy haul company to come and move it to their old facility so they could finish machining work on it over the holiday. And what's going to happen, and the source of this story, he says he knows what's going to happen. that these two individuals will claim the machinery was faulty and they were disabling it to avoid anybody being injured or such. And that's probably the way it's going to fall, Steve.
Wow.
That's the true ugly part of it. And but yeah, it's not an out of the ordinary thing when you hear about the unions backing, individuals who are totally, out of
wrong,
not working within the contract, description and such. But yeah, paying these guys holiday pay to make up for what these two individuals took upon themselves to do, and they'll most likely come back to work in a few days and have their same position back.
Wow.
That I'll leave it alone there. Maybe Eagle has come back to life there, and he can squeeze one off here.
I don't think he's woke up, but yeah, thank you much, Scarecrow. You have a great morning.
A GN rookie completes his first season strong. The humanitarian drew on pulling legend Larry Kester for inspiration, and a diesel smoker charges to his first title. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. We continue now with our 2023 Special Awards, as presented at the December 2nd Awards Banquet held in Dublin, Ohio. The Grand National Rookie of the Year was Cody Chizik of Newton, Wisconsin. The award was sponsored by the Ambassador Club of Fort Recovery, Ohio.
What a ride. I mean, in the beginning of the year, I talked to Greg and I said, well, I didn't want to finish last every pull. Well, that didn't happen. The last 6 hooks, I mean, I was either first or second and kicking Zane's butt by 20 feet. I mean, it was blast.
The Super National Pull of the Year was the National Tractor Pulling Championships of Bowling Green, Ohio. Accepting was Club President Dave Schultz. The award was sponsored by Excel Sportswear of Trafford, Pennsylvania.
On behalf of all of the Blue Shirts, we thank you so much for this honor.
The Commitment to Excellence and Dedication honorees were the DeKalb County Fair Grand Nationals in Sandwich, Illinois, and the Clark County Fair Pull in Springfield, Ohio. Accepting for Springfield was Pull Chairman Levi Kimley. The awards were sponsored by Jim Miller and Melissa Graham of Bellevue, Ohio.
Well, on behalf of the board, I'd just like to say thank you. It takes a lot of work throughout the whole entire year to get ready.
The Larry Kester Humanitarian honoree was Larry Phillips of Vine Grove, Kentucky. Presenting the award was Larry's son, Brandon. The award was sponsored by Shell Rotella of Houston, Texas.
This is a great honor to be able to present this award. As we all know, Larry Kester was one heck of a man. So about 3 weeks ago, I got a call if I could present this award, and I haven't been able to look at him straight in the face all day because I know he's suspicious. I'd like to have my dad come to the stage, please.
You know, if you ever thought you was having a bad day, you just think about Larry. And I used to complain to him about my knees. He'd say, yeah, mine hurts too. So I'd forget about him and I'd go on. If you was in a ditch, you think about Larry, you'd get out of the ditch. So I really do appreciate this. It caught me off guard. I kept asking him all day. I said, why? Why? So here we are. But thanks again.
And the Kent Enderle NTPA Hard Charger Award, recognizing supreme effort and dedication to self-improvement, went to Superstock Diesel champion Kent Payne. The award was introduced by MC Doc Riley.
The 2023 Hard Charger Award celebrated his 35th anniversary of his first NTPA competition in Pro Stock. Had finished runner-up in his current division 3 straight times. He enjoys gardening and watching over his barnyard. He once subbed for another Kent in the diesel 4x4 class in Toma and won a 4-way pull-off. He's powered a semi-champ, a super farm champ, and a hot farm champ to 4 different titles in the last 3 years, but probably best known for the Lucky Charm. That's probably going to get a nice little biscuit here, the Lucky Charm Ruby. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage this year's Kent Enderle NTPA Hard Charger Award, Kent and Sandy Payne.
Hey, we really appreciate this award. It means a lot to us, our team, and all the people that vote for us, and we sure do appreciate it. Thank you.
Next week, we'll recognize our 2023 Pulling Hall of Fame inductees. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you know gas goes bad in as little as 30 days? Bad gas can cause rough starts, poor performance, or no starts at all. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Whether it's your car, truck, boat, lawnmower, leaf blower, weed trimmer, ATV, motorcycle, or anything else with an engine, when you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, as we wind things down on a Thursday morning. Yeah, Friday Eve, so when we come back at the midnight hour Eastern time tonight, yeah, by that point in time, our storm system should be much more organized out west. We will be talking the latest on travel issues in areas of the west as our storm begins to progress into the south central and southeast. By the time we get to Thursday night to Friday night, we're going to be talking some drenching rains, gusty thunderstorms along the Gulf Coast areas. And of course, as that storm then makes that turn up the eastern seaboard, maybe the models will be more in a better idea of what's actually going to begin unfolding. Who will be seeing the snow versus the ice versus the thunderstorms, and just how much we may be anticipating as we head into the weekend. And we do know that travel conditions are going to be deteriorating pretty significantly by the time we get into Saturday and Saturday night. Who's going to see that 3 to 6 inches versus the 6 to 12 inches? AccuWeather models are actually saying some may see 20-inch snowfall totals when all is said and done with this weekend's system. All right, so yeah, we'll cover that and so much more. Have a great Thursday. Thank you for spending some time with us with the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but